World. Also today on the show, we'll be on the breakfast review segment where there's quite a lot still going on with regard to this entire parliamentary business, where there seems to be an impasse with who is the majority side of the House. And I'm pretty sure you followed the trajectory of events. It started a week ago today. It was exactly a week ago today on Thursday, when the Speaker decided to deliver a ruling. And after delivering a ruling in declaring, or should I say delivering information, because they say it's information, in declaring 4 seats vacant, it's sparked a chain reaction of all kinds of things, court processes, people afraid whether or not the Speaker is going to comply with court orders, among other things. Well, it continues because now we know that the NPP side of the House are collecting signatures to trigger an emergency call to Parliament to compel the Speaker to recall Parliament, because under the Constitution they are allowed to do that. They can gather enough signatures. When they're able to gather enough signatures from a certain section of members of Parliament, they can trigger a recall. They can compel the Speaker to recall Parliament so that they can come and deal with some business. So already the NPP side of the House have started doing that. We'll talk a little bit about it on the Inside Out segment. Of course, we'll talk about it on the breakfast review segment. 2 MPs, both from the NPP and the NDC, will be in the studio for the breakfast review, and we'll have it out. We'll talk about all of these issues and more. Quite a lot going on here on the show. But of course, we'll always love to begin our show with a quote, and so we'll take a look at our quote of the day this morning. Something to think about as you go through the day. Let's look at our quote of the day. Well, and it's a quote by the famous media mogul Oprah Winfrey. And Oprah Winfrey says, "Turn your wounds into wisdom. Turn your wounds into wisdom," right? You learn from your mistakes. You learn from the things that hurt you. You learn from the things that create scars and create wounds. You learn from them. So while you're learning from them, turn them into wisdom. Don't let the wounds overwhelm you or overcome you or make you worse off than you were. Often than not, there are people who go through things and the things wound them and they become worse than they were. It makes them people who are not better than they were. But the wounds are supposed to make you a better version of yourself. So turn your wounds into wisdom. Turn your wounds into wisdom. Learn from it and apply that wisdom that you gain from the wounds of life and become a better person. That's our quote of the day. And like we always do, in our bid to help you to improve your vocabulary, we'll bring you our word of the day for this morning. In fact, it's an interesting one. Take a look at it.
Today's word is scrutineer. Scrutineer. Nana, what does it mean?
Okay, Narain, so a scrutineer is a person who checks that an election or another type of vote is organized correctly and fairly.
The example I have is this year's election would require neutral scrutineers to ensure transparency.
Exactly.
Scrutineer.
That's our word of the day, scrutineer. And I believe there are going to be a lot of those for the upcoming December elections because it's already beginning to get pretty heated. So you can add that to your vocabulary as we inch towards the elections. And so when anyone talks about a scrutineer this election season, you know exactly what they mean because you heard it here on GHOne TV on our word of the day. It's now time to enjoy a little bit of music, which is right for the nice Thursday morning. And when we return, we'll get into the Inside Out segment. Of course, we've got legal affairs coming up as well, court today. And then we've got the breakfast review coming up as well. We've got the newspapers here also. We'll run you through the newspapers and we'll get to talking about all the issues that are lined up for today. But let's now enjoy our video of the day. That one, right? This was a big jam back in the day, and it's got a profound message in there. We're all human beings, right? Anyway, that's good for our video of the day. It's time now for Inside Out. Well, so on Inside Out today, we just want to focus on all the brouhaha that has been happening in Parliament, right? Quite a lot of drama in Parliament, all because one side wants to remain as the majority side of the House, as they have been for the better part of this 8th Parliament, right? 137 seats for the NPP, 137 seats for the NDC, and one independent candidate who has decided to caucus or to do business with the NPP, giving them the majority in Parliament. And that has been the case for the better part of this Parliament, until certain members of Parliament decided that they were not going to contest on the tickets of the political parties that brought them into office, but they were going to go independent. And the one who came independent now wants to join a political party which originally he belonged to. And that is what has caused all of this brouhaha, because mind you, the independent candidate, who is now the second deputy speaker and MP for Fomena, you remember very well that this will be the second time that he's suffering his seat being declared vacant, because his own party wrote to the Speaker of Parliament then, Professor Aaron Michael Quay, which you may well know by now, to declare his seat vacant, and he proceeded to do so. Now the NDC MPs believe that that same provision in the Constitution can be triggered for them to also get seats to be declared vacant. And they did that. And the Speaker of Parliament declared, and the NPP side went to court, led by the Majority Leader Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, and the court told the Speaker to stay the decision of declaring the seats vacant until there's a final determination on a proper interpretation of the constitutional clauses that enable a seat to be declared vacant. And that caused a stir. We were looking at a constitutional crisis on our hands, because there were all kinds of opinions and all kinds of legal opinions about whether or not the Supreme Court could ask the Speaker to stay a decision, what the proper interpretation of the article in the Constitution was, among other things. And so eventually, the Speaker of Parliament, who disagrees with what the court has done anyway, filed his own processes at court. The Attorney General filed, processes at court as well in support of what the Majority Leader, Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, sent to court. The Speaker came and adjourned the House indefinitely. Now the House has been adjourned indefinitely, and it seemed like the tensions have come down, because there was a lot of tension. There was a lot of tension in the country, because nobody knew what was going to happen, because there were people who believed that this should have even gone to the High Court, because in the Constitution, provisions like this are supposed to be dealt with at the High Court. The Supreme Court should not have told the Speaker of Parliament or Parliament how to conduct their business if they had not made a final determination on the true interpretation of, the article in the Constitution, 97(1) G and H. And once they have not done that, they shouldn't tell Parliament, what to do until they make that full declaration on the proper interpretation. And so, should Parliament be bound by the Supreme Court directive? If Parliament decides to ignore the Supreme Court directive, what is going to happen? It means there is a direct order from the courts that has been disobeyed by an arm of government. And if the arm of government also goes ahead and obeys what the Supreme Court has said, then what kind of precedent is it also setting? Then it means any processes that anybody in Parliament disagrees with, and Parliament is going through the process, they can go to court to stop those processes. So all of these issues were lingering until the Speaker of Parliament decided that he was going to adjourn the House, because he believed it was the best possible course of action. Because also there was a tussle over who is the proper constituted majority side of Parliament. The NDC MPs insist that because of their numbers in Parliament now and the seats being declared vacant, they are the majority. Up till today, the NDC side believe that they are the majority. because there are seats that have been declared vacant, and it puts them in the majority. The NPP also believe that they are in the majority still. And so we also saw the chaos or seeming issues, let me put it that way, that erupted in Parliament, where all of them wanted to sit at the right-hand side of the Speaker because that is where the majority sits. Right? And eventually the NPP walked out. The Speaker, made his declaration and adjourned the House. So everybody said, well, the Speaker has done well. He has seemingly calmed tempers because we were afraid that it was going to get chaotic in Parliament. But he has been able to stem the tide, at least for now, by adjourning the House indefinitely. He's also filed his own processes, disagreeing with the Supreme Court. So the idea here is that probably we'll wait till the Supreme Court determines the matter, and then Mr. Speaker can recall Parliament, because he says the standing orders on which the Speaker declared that Parliament should be adjourned indefinitely is that there possibly could be, chaos erupting in Parliament, and in order to prevent that, he's adjourning the House. Now, there is business that government needs to do that is going to suffer. There is business that government needs to do that is going to suffer. Bills that need to be passed. There is a constitutional instrument that governs our elections. Before every election, a CI needs to go to Parliament for the EC to work with to govern our elections. That has not been done. There is also the finance minister who has to come to Parliament, to come and get permission for government to spend in the election year, right? But not necessarily present a budget, because we don't know who is going to become president. In election years, that is what happens. That also needs to be done. There are also very important bills that are in Parliament that need to be passed and what have you. All that work has not been done. And because of that, now the MPP caucus are triggering a motion to get the Speaker of Parliament to recall Parliament. You remember that this has been done before. In fact, this is not the first time that the majority MPs or the NPP MPs have decided to collect signatures to get the Speaker of Parliament, or to compel the Speaker of Parliament to recall the House. The last time that happened, the Speaker of Parliament told them that, well, there are renovations going on in Parliament, and so we can't recall Parliament immediately, among other things. But now the majority caucus in Ghana's Parliament has initiated, or if you like, the NPP side of Ghana's Parliament has initiated a recall of Parliament after the Speaker indefinitely adjourned the House. That is what is happening now. And we know that the suspension has sparked a lot of controversy, that standoff. Who is majority, right? So they are saying that it is very, very important to reconvene Parliament to address pressing legislative matters, right? And they say that the current impasse that is there between the NPP and the NDC has to be resolved some way, somehow, because the business of the House needs to go on. And so they've decided that they are going to collect signatures. The Constitution allows them to do that. The Constitution allows them to collect enough signatures. When they get enough signatures, then they're able to tell the Speaker of Parliament that recall the House, and then let's come and do business. Now, what I'm wondering is, if Parliament is recalled now, aren't we going to see the same kind of chaos erupting? Because at the last sitting, the NDC moved to the right side of the Speaker. The NPP also were there. They were all sitting there. The left side was empty until the NPP decided to walk out. And now that the NDC is still insisting, that they are the majority side of the House, because the ruling of the Speaker really has not been set aside. He just came and adjourned the House because he said they are enough to form a quorum and, do business, but they are not enough to take a decision. So the Speaker didn't take any decision of Parliament. He adjourned the House. So as it stands now, it looks like that ruling, if you like, that the Speaker made of the 4 seats being declared vacant still holds. And the NDC are standing on that. Now the NPP are also saying that no, we are. So if we recall Parliament right now, the NPP MPs, we recall Parliament right now, we will go. Who is going to sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker now? Aren't we going to see the same kind of, brouhaha that we saw in Parliament? Aren't we going to see that same kind of thing happen? We should think about this. Is this the ideal time to recall Parliament? Because once it is triggered, within 7 days, the Speaker of Parliament has to recall Parliament. If they're able to get enough signatures from the MPs, within 7 days, the Speaker of Parliament has to recall Parliament. So, what is going to happen? Is it the best time? Shouldn't we wait for a final determination of the issues with regard to the proper interpretation of Article 97, 1, G, and H? Shouldn't we? Perhaps we should, in order to avoid any chaos. And even with this, I have heard one of the members of Parliament, I think I heard him on another media platform, Roxy Nelson Dafiamepo, indicates that, well, since the MPP has decided that they are going to go to Parliament, they are going to go to the Supreme Court to seek for a proper interpretation, they are also going to go to court to seek proper interpretation of the constitutional provision which allows MPs to get enough signatures to trigger a recall, to compel Mr. Speaker to recall Parliament. He also believes that it can be subject to abuse by MPs, and so the Supreme Court should also interpret that provision. And he will also seek to injunct the Speaker of Parliament again from recalling Parliament until a final determination of his own case of an interpretation of that provision within the Constitution which allows for the recall. You see what is happening here? You see what is happening here? Because the MPP went to court and sought to stop the Speaker from declaring the seats vacant, now the NDC also wants to go to court and stop them from triggering the processes to recall Parliament. Then we are grinding everything to a standstill because of politics. And that's the sad situation that we are faced with here in this country. It will be interesting to see how all of this plays out. By the end of the day, cool heads must prevail. Cool heads must prevail. And in all of this, the Supreme Court will be minded, and I know that the justices at the Supreme Court are very minded of everything that is happening. And I want to believe that the Supreme Court justices know exactly what they are doing. So I know at the end of the day, the Supreme Court justices will deal with all of these issues, and everybody will have clarity on all the issues. We'll have clarity on how how seats should be declared vacant, or when seats are declared vacant. We'll have clarity on when we can trigger a recall. We have that clarity. And when the Supreme Court finally brings that clarity and they make that pronouncement, then nobody can stand on those issues and cause any mayhem again. So we are waiting on the Supreme Court of the country, because that's the highest court of the land, the court of last resort. When they speak, it is final. So we'll wait on the Supreme Court. We know that the Supreme Court will do a very good job. I'm just worried about the political games that are being played with regard to this majority-minority vacancy of seats declared thing. I'm just worried about the politics, because at the end of the day, it hurts us as a country. If the proper business of the House is not done, it could, potentially cause a very serious crisis, because what CI are we going to use to conduct the election? If it is not laid and matured and then go, what CI are we going to use? How is government going to also spend during this election year? And, all of those things. So Parliament needs to sit. But the only way Parliament can sit now, because of the standoff, is if these issues are resolved amicably. So I believe that the Supreme Court will expedite action. They will expedite action. I think the Supreme Court has shown that when matters are urgent and important, they are able to actually swiftly sit on the cases. Because in the case of Alexander Kwame Nafenyo-Markin, he was able to get, to the Supreme Court. They were able to sit ex parte, with ex parte motion, and actually, make directives and all of that, and indicated that within the next 14 days, they will be looking at the case and all of that. So I believe that the Supreme Court will work expeditiously, very, very fast, do a final determination on the matter, and then everything can return to normal, and then we can know our way forward with regard to all of these issues, so that some of the important issues that Parliament needs to deal with will not grind to a halt. But anyway, that's it for Inside Out. We'll end it here, and when we come back, Mutala Inusa will be bringing us court today.
I hear the birds singing, now my alarm ringing.
EIB network, and I'm inviting you to the Star FM at 10 Diplomatic Games. It's coming off this Saturday, the 26th of October, at the American International School Complex. It's at East Legon, and dress code is sporty pink. I really want to see you there. Big Aim is all about breast cancer. Feel it and fight it. So this Saturday, let's all meet at the American International School Sports Complex for the Star FM at 10 Diplomatic Games. See you.
Hi everyone, my name is Emmanuel Numu, Acting Financial Controller of EIB Network. I invite you to Star FM at 10 Diplomatic Games happening at AIS Sports Complex in East Legon. We will be using the occasion also to create breast cancer awareness. We'll entreat all our listeners and viewers to come and participate. Thank you.
Hello there. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. My name is Nanaya Sewasapon, the General Manager of EIB Network. This Saturday, 26th of October, starting from 8 a.m. at the American International School Sports Complex, East Legon, close to the Underbridge. The event is the Star FM at 10 Diplomatic Games. Star FM is 10 years old, and as part of our celebrations, we want to honor you this Saturday. We'll meet you there, whilst we also observe breast cancer awareness. This is Pink October, and our theme is Feel It, Find It, and Fight It. So if you're a woman out there and understand even these days men are also a target of breast cancer, then please, let's make sure that we know where we stand when it comes to breast cancer. Let's be there to screen our breasts. Very important. Meet up with us and let's celebrate with the entire diplomatic community. And we say a very big thank you to the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and all the amazing countries that have signed up to be part of this amazing event. Please don't miss out. And for every sponsor and supporter of this event, we say thank you. And to our valued audience, Star FM.
Operation
Yes, Mutala Inusa is here in the studio and he'll tell us what is happening in court today. Captain, good morning to you.
Lantam, good morning.
What's up with you today?
By His grace. Today is Thursday, so great.
Yeah.
You know, today is Thursday. I'm a Thursday boy.
You're a Thursday boy. So oh, okay. I see.
It's a very nice.
No wonder you are so excited. People also get excited on Thursdays because they can begin to smell the weekend.
The weekend coming. For me, I get excited when I see Friday because I know the next day. You know, the weekend is all about Friday. You know.
What do you do on Friday?
So Friday, when you are out of work, it's like there are a lot of workload off your.
By Monday, you come back to it.
Immediately, you see Saturday going. Hey, then you know the Sunday.
Anyway.
Monday back.
Anyway, let's get into the details of court today. So yesterday, what happened in the former second lady's robbery case?
Yes. Yesterday, I told you that the trial was supposed to start yesterday.
Yeah.
Yahuza Osmanu was in court. 26 counts. In fact, that was the charges that were preferred against him at the previous time that he appeared in court. He has been refused bail and is still in lawful custody. Yesterday, when we got to court, prosecution indicated to the court that they filed an amended charge sheet. It means that they are withdrawing the previous one to charge him with fresh one. And indeed, the first charge sheet that they filed has 26 counts. 20 counts of robbery and 6 counts of stealing. There has been an amendment in relation to the stealing. The 20 count of robbery still remain, but the 6 count of stealing has changed to dishonestly receiving. Prosecution made a point that they noticed that those vehicles in question were stolen vehicles. And let me give you the point that the prosecution made in court. It said, the investigation further discovered the 4 of the vehicles retrieved from the accused. Let me take it again. The investigation further discovered that 4 of the vehicles retrieved from accused possession were stolen vehicles. And what are these vehicles? The Land Cruiser Prado, the Lexus RX, Honda motorcycle, and Tokyo East motorcycle. So these prosecution said investigation discovered that they were stolen vehicles. So he dishonestly received them. So this is the latest charge that happened. So out of the previous one that had 26, the latest one has 24 count. Right. His plea was taken in relation to the last 4 because the remaining he had already taken the plea already. He pleaded not guilty, but it has been adjourned to 13th of November for prosecution to file necessary process. In fact, they have filed most of the documents already, so the court will sit. Justice Lady Oselma will sit, and then in fact, the date will be fixed for the trial to commence. So that is what happened in relation to this. Fresh charges have been preferred against the accused person.
All right. So what's been happening also in Safina's case? Safina Mohammed?
Yes.
And allegedly murdering her boyfriend Natasha Lebuche.
Yes.
What's happening?
So yesterday I told you the court will meet, the jurors will be present, and then the date will be fixed for trial to begin in relation to this very case. Something has changed. What changed? Now, yesterday when the case was called, Safina Mohammed, the accused person who is on bail, was absent. The court issued a bench warrant for her arrest. The reason she was absent, we didn't know at the time. The lawyers were also absent, but prosecution was present. Few minutes after the order was made, an indication came. The lawyer got the information, who was in this building, got the information that case had come up. For him, he thought the case would be coming up today. So in his diary, he has 24th of October. So he quickly came to the court, see the court, and the court said, if you're able to produce your client, the order will be rescinded. So within about 2 hours, lawyer Samuel Alesu Doji was able to produce Safina Mohammed to the court, and the court acknowledged that yes, she had been ever present any time the case is called while on bail. And so once they had that mishap in their diary, it is a genuine mistake that they had done. So that order for arrest yesterday was rescinded, and the case adjourned to the 13th of November following week. And the jurors in this case, the court said, due to circumstances beyond its control, the trial is unable to start as anticipated. And so the jurors have been discharged.
Okay.
In relation to this case.
So that's what happened there. And yesterday, the Cecilia Dapa maid's trial also came up.
Interesting one, of course.
Yes. What's been happening there?
So up until now, the husband of Madam Cecilia Dapa, Daniel Sekufo, is the one in the witness box. He's facing cross-examination. He has already given his evidence in chief. He has testified. And the accused persons, 7 of them, are taking one after the other by way of cross-examination. Patience Butcher is the first one. He started at a point. Then he noticed that she noticed that she would need some information to be able to conduct proper investigation of Madam Cecilia Dapa's husband. And those information are with the special prosecutor. So her lawyers made a motion or filed a motion for the court. In fact, they initially went to the OSP, and the OSP declined to give those documents. And what are these documents? Investigation caution statement, charge statement. They want interviews conducted by the OSP. They want transcript of those investigations conducted by the OSP, and they want recordings. These are the information that they want. Now, after the OSP refused to give them those documents, they filed a motion for the court to ask the OSP to produce the document for them. Yesterday, Justice Marie Louise Simon, Criminal Court 2, sat on the matter and delivered her ruling in relation to that. He said, look, whichever way you look at it, the whole matter, the subject matter before the court is in relation to money stolen. The OSP's investigation extended to Madam Cecilia Dapa was in relation to this whole matter. So if you don't give the accused persons the information needed, how then is she able to prosecute her case? The court is of a considered view that the court must step in, must intervene, ask the OSP to produce those documents. But however, not all the documents is the court asking the OSP to produce. So the motion filed yesterday was partly granted. The court said the OSP is to file the investigation caution statement and charge statement of Madam Cecilia Dapa within 1 week upon service of the court ruling. However, the issue about transcripts, interviews, recordings, the court said that request is declined.
Right.
So at the next court sitting, we expect more to happen. Lawyer Yaudankwa is one of the defense lawyers in this whole matter, and he is very excited. He's describing the ruling of the court as perfect. Let's listen to him.
It's a perfect ruling. The ruling is a very perfect one, and very intellectual one as well. And the judge actually took her time to peruse the law and address every single issue. And as far as I'm concerned, she has given us a precedent when it comes to requesting information from the special prosecutor. We just want information that they have, that they should have disclosed from time immemorial, and they've chosen not to disclose it. Today they've been compelled to disclose that information. As to whether or not we can use it or not, at least we are exercising our right to right of information, and we will cross the bridge when we get there. But it's a very, very good news, and I'm extremely happy. I don't think she has extended it to, she just interpreted what the Supreme Court have already stated. And the Supreme Court have given a definition when it comes to prosecution to extend to any government agency, any institution that has any information which will be is relevant and can be relied upon either to the innocence or the guilt of the accused person, to have access to them. And that's what she has done today.
So that is lawyer Yaudankwa, is one of the defense lawyers in this whole matter. So for them, they're happy with the decision of the court for the OSP to provide these documents to assist them in prosecuting their defense in relation to Madam Cecilia Dapa's case, where 2 of her mates and 5 others are before the court, largely for stealing.
So let's talk about some of the cases that are coming up today. The last time the Kaswa Rachel met her, there was an issue because of one of the jurors, right?
Yes.
So what are we expecting today?
So it sounds a bit repetitive at times, because today, if it didn't happen, that would be the 6th time. That would be the 6th time.
If the jurors
yes. So for many, All that is left is for lawyers of the accused persons, prosecution to address the jurors by way of their final submissions. Then the court will sum up the trial for the jurors, and they will retire, deliberate on the matter, and come out with their verdict. That is all is left. And it's adjournment. At the last court sitting, we told you that on Monday, Tuesday, I might say, the jury was not properly constituted because one person was absent. Justice Lydia Osemafo initially fined the juror 1,002 cedis, but the other members who were present, the 6, indicated that they want to solidarize with their colleague, and so they waived their sitting allowance that day. Today, the impression is that the said juror who requested the case that he will be present today will be back in court, and once he's back, the case has been fixed for 9 o'clock. So from now 9 to about 1, it's going to be a very long day. It's not a very short sitting when it comes to addresses, submission, and all that. It's going to be a very long day. So from 9 to somewhere about 12 or 1, we should be able to finish as far as the juror in question is present, or the jury is properly constituted.
And finally, the Democracy Hub people are back in court today.
Yes, Oliver Bakafomao is back in court today, about 3 days after satisfying the bail conditions and all that. You notice that the day before yesterday, 7 in a set of 9, they were discharged because prosecution intended not to prosecute them. We are hoping that, and the indication is that there are more who are likely to go home. So today, the set involving Oliver Barker, Ralph Williams, they'll be back in court, but we'll know whether prosecution will discharge some of them in relation to these sets is another thing. But of course, this case is coming up today. So these are some of the things that we should be looking out for today as far as the courts are concerned.
All right. Thank you very much, as always, Murtala Inusa, for bringing us court today. And that will do it for court today. And when we return, we've got the newspaper headlines coming up. Stay tuned. So we begin looking at the newspaper headlines today from the Chronicle newspaper. On the front page of the Chronicle, the MPP blows cover of NDC's secret plans. Government to break ground for $450 million manganese plant in the Western region and adopt tech-driven cost management practices. Papanko urges surveyor. So that's it for the Chronicle newspaper today. And on the Bible verse on the Chronicle newspaper, Ephesians 5:11, and have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. So that's it for the Chronicle newspaper. Let's move on from the Chronicle, go on to our next paper. So from the Chronicle, we're moving over to the Daily Graphic newspaper. On the front page, 450 million manganese refinery project begins in November. Ahead of new academic year, traders switch to educational materials. And MPP triggers Parliament recall. Add herbal medicines to NHIS. GovTram urges government, and 13 presidential candidates on ballots. Unnecessary. That's according to Professor Prempe. So that's it for the Daily Graphic newspaper. We'll move on from the Daily Graphic newspaper and take a look at our next paper, which is the Ghanaian Times. On the front page of the Ghanaian Times today, brouhaha in Parliament. Majority Caucus gathers 83 signatures to initiate recall of the House. And yeah, that's a big headline there. Decision of 4 MPs futuristic. That's according to the Attorney General. And President to cut sword for the construction of manganese refinery. So that's all there on the Ghanaian Times newspaper. We'll move on from the Ghanaian Times to the Daily Guide newspaper. On the front page of the Daily Guide today, Majority Caucus triggers parliamentary recall. 2024 elections, MPP exposes NDC plot. And also, contesting future elections doesn't result in a vacant seat. Napo grabs 3 awards in the US, and pastors and chiefs defend Baumia. So that's it for the Daily Guide newspaper. I'll move on to the Daily Post newspaper, which is the newspaper that we have next. And on the front page of the Daily Post today, parliamentary seat saga, Supreme Court mustn't be a hatchet agent. That's according to Tony Adu. Also, Mahama has unparalleled records in delivering digital infrastructure. That's according to Omane Boama. Education, employment, and health are top voter concerns for 2024 elections, as according to an NCCE report. And we will take our position as majority when Parliament is recalled. That's according to Kisiel Atoforsin. For the Daily Statesman newspaper, it says, according to the AG, MPs can retain seats while eyeing future elections. Minister tasks surveyors over sustainable tech-driven practices, and NDC's crude tactics for power is shameful. That's according to Richard Ahiagba. And $450 million manganese refinery project starts in November. We'll finally take a look at the New Crusading Guide newspaper. On the front page of the New Crusading Guide today, NPP slams NDC over sinister attempts to create mayhem ahead of the December 7 election. Also, on the front page of the New Crusading Guide newspaper, it says, Akufo-Addo to cut sword for Nsuta Manganese Refinery. 1,200 people benefit from Newmont project. Cure community clinics in the Birim North area. NPP committed to peace, that's according to NAPO, and embrace sustainable tech-driven cost management approaches. Kojo Ponkroma charges surveyor. So that's the New Crusading Guide newspaper. Well, so that should do it for the newspaper headlines this morning. Thank you very much for tuning in. We've still got more to come on the breakfast review segment. But like I always do every morning, let me remind you that if you like what you see me wearing, if you like this nice navy suit that I'm wearing, it was provided by The Authentic Man. And you can always contact The Authentic Man to give you a very nice suit for whatever occasion it is that you want to attend or you want to go to. You want a regular suit for work. You want a suit for a wedding this weekend. You want a suit for that special date you want to go on, or for that interview that you need to attend, or for that special occasion. Just get to The Authentic Man and he will sort you out and make you look very nice with a very nice suit. Call Authentic on 0243 029494, 0243 029494. Stay tuned. When we return, the breakfast review will be on. Back to the show. You're still watching GH Today here on GHOne television, and there's quite a lot to talk about because there is a lot happening, especially with regard to all of these issues in Parliament. And so today we want to get into those issues. We know that the NPP side of the House has triggered or has taken steps to trigger Article 1123 of the Constitution, which enables them to gather enough signatures of members of Parliament to demand the Speaker to recall Parliament within 7 days. And this is all coming after the Speaker adjourned the House indefinitely just a few days ago, or 2 days ago. So it's all because of this vacant seat brouhaha, and who is the proper majority, with the NPP insisting that they remain the majority. That position has not changed until the Supreme Court makes a determination on a true and proper interpretation of Article 97(1) G and H. But the NDC also believe that they are the majority side, and even if there is a recall of Parliament, they are still the majority, and they will go to the right-hand side of the Speaker. So there's a lot going on there, and we need to find the best way forward as regards all of these issues. Also, a new report from the National Commission for Civic Education is pointing out, issues of importance to voters. The issues are education, jobs, and health. These issues, according to the NCCE, is topping the list of concerns as far as voters are concerned for this December elections. And so, in voting for the political party that you want to vote for, what have they got to do when it comes to health? Or what are they going to do when it comes to health? When it comes to job creation, when it comes to education? What is their track record, and what do you trust them to do when they get into office? We'll talk about these issues here on the show today. And of course, I told you that I will be crossing over to the Okaikoi North constituency for Voters Connect much later on. But my guests are here in the studio. Today, the Honorable Member of Parliament for the Sisala East constituency, and he is Deputy Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Honorable Alhaji Amidu Isahaku Chinia. Good morning.
Good morning, Lantam.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Always a pleasure having you here in the studio.
Same on my side.
Are you in the majority or the minority?
Oh, what has changed? Since the 8th Parliament was inaugurated, we have always been the majority.
Yeah.
And nothing has changed.
The NDC is disputing that.
Well, it is in their right to, but the reality remains that the NPP remains in the majority. Yeah.
Well, from the Sisala East constituency, we move over to the Sisala West constituency because the Honorable Member of Parliament for the Sisala West constituency is here in the studio, the Honorable Mohammed Subaru. Good morning.
Good morning, Lantam.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I've
Yes.
been in Sisala West trying to, propagate the message of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC so that we form government come January 2025. So that is the reason why I've been missing for a while.
You've been in the Sisala West constituency.
Sisala West constituency.
Are the people warm, or have they warmed up to you enough to want to keep you there as the IMP?
Yes, of course. Just as the entire nation is welcoming the message of NDC, Sisala West, of course, having realized that the only party that has them at heart is the NDC. And so they are preparing to give us a very sounding victory come 2020, come December 7th. Sure.
Resounding victory.
Yes.
I was asking Honorable Chinia whether the MPP side is in the majority. And of course, I believe that you heard his answer. And you also insisting that you are in the majority.
Yeah, we are not insisting. As it stands, we are the majority in Parliament. He's a former majority member, but as it stands, he's a minority member.
How?
What you say, house?
There's a directive from court for that decision to be stayed.
Court.
To the Speaker of Parliament for that decision to be stayed.
But my brother, he knows very well that we do not take orders from court when it comes to matters of Parliament. And so there was a consequential order in Parliament. And the only person that communicates to members of Parliament in Parliament is the Speaker of Parliament. And so, Speaker has ruled on the 17th of October that some 4 seats he declared them vacant, and so 3 of their members forfeited their seats. And so when you look at the numbers, NDC forms the majority, so we are the majority, new majority in Parliament.
Well, the last time Parliament was constituted, the MPP side walked out of the House, and the Speaker adjourned the House indefinitely. Now, we understand that there are processes that have been triggered according to Article 112 of the Constitution, 1123 of the Constitution, for signatures to be gathered for a recall of Parliament. Has your signature been taken, Honorable?
Well, first of all, let me say good morning to the people of Sisala East, my beloved constituency, who are represented in Parliament, and good morning to my uncle, the MP for Sisala West, and of course to everybody listening to us this morning. Before I go there, I find it, difficult to appreciate the understanding of the NDC on how our democracy operates. When it comes to matters of interpretation of the law, it doesn't lie in Parliament Parliament makes laws, but Parliament doesn't interpret laws.
But Parliament should have an understanding of the laws that they are making and the intention behind the laws that they are making, right? So if Parliament makes laws, they should be well versed in understanding what the laws mean.
When you go to the extent of trying to interpret or to express your views about what the law means, it amounts to usurping the powers vested in the judiciary. And I don't know. The Speaker himself, when he gave his ruling, said that he could not interpret the article. But eventually, after making the ruling, amounted to interpreting the article 97 of the Constitution.
Well, he didn't say he interpreted it according to, the Speaker. He only applied it. On the face, when he reads it and this is what it means, then he applied it. He didn't seek to interpret that this is what it actually means.
The Speaker is a very experienced lawyer.
Yes.
But I believe that on this occasion, he was only being mischievous and political.
Really?
Yes.
How so?
He was only being mischievous and political. Otherwise, the Speaker knows that the framers of the Constitution have reasons why certain articles are put in the Constitution. And this particular provision was first contemplated and put in our Constitution in 1969, following the experiences of the Nkrumah's government.
Yeah, for the crossing of carpet.
Crossing of carpet. And crossing of carpet is within a particular parliament, not from one parliament to the other.
A lot of those...
So it was intended not to allow any member of Parliament, after winning your seat, you now go to Parliament and try to destabilize Parliament by suddenly changing from one side to the other. For instance, in this particular Parliament, MPP and DC, we have the same number of seats. Is that not the case?
Yes.
Plus one independent.
Yes.
And the independent decided to join us. So if it was in the Nkrumah days, probably the MPP could just work on 2 or 3 NDC MPs. And they could cross over to the MPP. And we constitute the majority and they don't lose their seats. Or the NDC could coerce or could convince 2 or 3 members of Parliament from the MPP side, so that even though they are not in government, but they could get 2 or 3 people onto their side to constitute the majority. It was on that basis that in 1969, when the Constitution was being framed, they said, no, this time we have to block any person who wants to come to Parliament on a ticket of one party or the other, or as an independent MP, and suddenly cross and maintain his or her seat. That was the mischief that was to be cured.
But for the 1992 Constitution, that's a different Constitution.
It was
that provision
the
came
same
back in. But what was the intention?
The same provision was brought in in 1992 on the same basis.
But that's an entirely new Constitution.
But that is the same reasoning. Nothing has changed. It's for the same purpose, not I mean, if I'm a member of the A Parliament, my intention to be in 9 Parliament has nothing to do with my membership of the A Parliament.
We know the Attorney General has filed processes, supporting that particular argument. But I know that when you put that argument across, because this is all that has been talked about in the media, for the past week now, people would say, so, I mean, on what basis then? How do you reconcile that with what your former speaker, who was from the NPP, Professor Aaron Michael Quaye, did with interpreting that provision in the Constitution the same way that Speaker Bagwin has done it? This is something that the NPP, your party, believed, was the interpretation or what the Constitution meant. And you triggered that process. Probably and it went against, Mr. Siama, Honorable Siama.
Probably that is where we as politicians ought to take serious lessons from, so that we do the right thing at every point in time. And you know that decisions of the courts are subject to review, and decisions of speakers are not binding on other speakers, subsequent speakers. Even that same speaker can review his or her own decision. And so if Professor Michael Quaye made a decision that the NDC at the time objected, including the current speaker, who was the second deputy speaker in Parliament, he vehemently objected it. He disagreed with the speaker.
I mean, is he on record to have said he vehemently objected?
Yes.
The speaker's ruling?
Yes. The current speaker, yes.
To have said
Mahama Yariga and co, all of them openly.
Yeah, I know about Mahama Yariga. I don't know about the speaker.
So, and the MPP side, people disagreed, but unfortunately they disagreed on the quiet. In fact, I am told people who stood up to the speaker then and said that what was being done was not right. And that is why I think that going forward, even when something is being done by your side that you actually believe it is wrong and in bad taste, you should openly oppose it. Because if the MPP at that time had openly opposed Michael Quaye's decision, today probably wouldn't find ourselves where we are. And I think that was the proper thing to be done. That was the proper thing to be done. The MPP, based on conviction, those of them who believe that what was being done was inappropriate should have openly condemned and disagreed with him. Just like the minority then disagreed. Otherwise, it gets to a point, all of us, both the majority and minority, we are making nonsense of ourselves. Because yesterday on the same matter, the majority saw nothing wrong. The minority saw everything wrong.
Yeah.
And today is the reverse.
The tables have
where the minority now think that it is right, even though yesterday they thought it was wrong. And the majority who kept quiet, and keeping quiet means that you accepted it.
So it's the politics of it.
And that is not good.
Because of the numbers game.
For me, that is not
Parliament.
Good. For me, that is not good. More especially for the speaker. For the speaker, because he's now he's not in Parliament as an NDC MP. He's in Parliament as an independent referee.
Yeah.
Who has been in Parliament 7 terms. He has more experience than any MP. Probably he and Chairmansa. Now he should be ahead of Chairmansa because he's become a speaker. You get it? He's become a speaker. So those of us who are on the floor of Parliament, who are members of Parliament, both from NDC and MPP, I don't think that any of us has the wealth of experience that Speaker Bagwin has.
Yeah.
None of us come close. Nobody comes close. And so considering his wealth of experience and the fact that he's an independent referee now and disagree with Michael Quaye, and his whole side disagree with Michael Quaye, and suddenly they have accepted the same, ruling that they disagreed 4 years ago. I mean, make all of us hypocrites. Both the majority and the minority. That is how it appears.
Yeah, I mean, because when it favors you, it is good.
And that is
when
not good enough.
Favor you, it is bad.
That is not good enough. We have to grow our democracy. We have to grow our democracy if we want people to have confidence in the democracy that we are running. We cannot be changing sides based on convenience. We must take positions based on convictions and proper understanding of the law. And when it is even against you. And that is why I like Ayene when he says that, well, even though he is one of those who think that the Speaker's ruling favors them, but the Supreme Court's decision to halt the process, it should be what is it? Heeded to by the Speaker.
Because it's coming from the Supreme Court.
Because it's coming from the Supreme Court.
But
there are others on the NDC side who think that the Supreme Court decision doesn't matter. And that is unfortunate. Tomorrow, if the table stands, the same Supreme Court will make decisions, and you, the same people, will want others to respect the decision of the Supreme Court. I mean, sometimes we should not bastardize our state institutions the way we are doing. The argument is that keeps condemning the court. We can disagree.
The argument is that, looking at how swiftly the Supreme Court was able to constitute a panel and hand down this directive to the Speaker, and this is something which is directly interfering with parliamentary process, even though a final determination on the proper interpretation has not been done. And, that causes a situation where now anybody can go to court on any parliamentary process and try and stay that process because they want a substantive case to be heard. And they want a situation like that to be created because Parliament is a matter of its own rules.
Lantam, I get very surprised when people try to create the impression that the Supreme Court rushed in taking a decision. Do you know the implication of that decision the Speaker made on our democracy?
But the Supreme Court...
Do you know the danger? No. I'm coming. Do you know the danger to suddenly change the status quo of Parliament and make the minority the majority and the majority minority?
But if there's a constitutional provision that says that should happen,
how
would he not?
When he's doing it on the basis of wrong?
I mean, that's what you believe. That's what you believe. But those who are doing it also believe that they are right in doing that because it has happened before.
I have just told you that the framers of the Constitution in the provision of that article is within the same Parliament.
You explained that.
Not two different parliaments.
So what's the danger?
But even
so what's the danger? You talked about it being dangerous. What's the danger?
Even ordinary, Lantam, just put law aside.
Right.
Do you think that what pertains in the 8th Parliament can be transferred to the 9th Parliament? If I am a member of the 8th Parliament and my intention to be in the 9th Parliament, are they the same? Those people who have filed as independent or on the ticket of a party are intending to be in the 9th Parliament. It has nothing to do with the 8th Parliament. It has nothing to do with the 8th Parliament. So they cannot lose their seat because of their intention to be in the 9th Parliament. How is that relevant? How are they related? They are unrelated. But because of political convenience, people who know better and people who should know better are pretending and playing to the gallery. And I hope my uncle here will not play to that mischievous gallery of people pretending. His membership of the 8th Parliament cannot be the same as his intention to be part of the 9th Parliament.
All right.
There are two different things.
All right. I'll come back to you. Let me come to your uncle, Honorable Suparu, and we'll talk about attempts that your side is making to recall Parliament. I really wanted us to go there, but Honorable, let me come to you now and bring you into the conversation. I saw you taking a few notes, when Honorable Chinia was speaking.
So, Lantam, thank you very much. First of all, let me use your platform to say a very good morning to my constituent, the good people of Sisala West, and then my neighbors. The Sisala is my uncle refused to greet his own, maternal uncles. So me, listening to my brother here, Lantam, this matter, I don't think that there should be a problem when it comes to this particular matter. First of all, the Speaker of Parliament, the office of Speaker of Parliament is within the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution. His powers and the authority given to the Speaker is in the Constitution. So if the Speaker is exercising his powers as the Speaker of Parliament, I don't see the reason why people should think that there are some, clauses in the Constitution that he, the Speaker, has no right to, to invoke those articles. For instance, what just happened yesterday, we saw a memo by the minority group, that is the MPP group in Parliament, invoking Article 112 to summon the Speaker, to summon Parliament, invoking to compel the Speaker to summon Parliament within 7 days. It is within the Constitution, you have the right to invoke that particular article as a member of Parliament. But the Speaker of Parliament do not have the right to invoke another article in the Constitution that says something about another issue. You get me? And so I am confused here. So if the minority group, that is the MPP group in Parliament, they have the right to invoke Article 112 to compel Speaker to summon Parliament within 7 days. But the Speaker cannot invoke Article 97 that says, let me read for avoidance of doubt. I am not a lawyer, but my uncle, he's a student of law, and he should have known better that the said article that he invoked says.
But he explained, the history. He sought to explain the history behind the article and the circumstances that led to the premise of the Constitution deciding to put that article in the Constitution.
He is comparing to the Nkrumah era. That Constitution is not in existence.
Yeah, but the same provision has been put in the 1992
So, but we are talking about the Article 97.
We talk about the spirit and the letter of the Constitution and the intention of the framers of the Constitution for putting any provision in there. So does that not matter?
No, it doesn't matter. The Speaker, what he did was the right thing. The article says that the tenure of member of Parliament, specifically Article 97H, provides if a member, and I quote, leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to join another party or remains in Parliament as an independent or other Article 97. Yes, under Article 97.8, if he was elected as an independent candidate and subsequently joins a political party, just like the case of the second deputy speaker.
Yeah.
He was elected as an independent candidate. He is still a member of Parliament.
Yeah.
He has joined a new party, which is the New Patriotic Party, to contest for an election. We all started the process of contesting to represent our constituents in the 9th Parliament, whilst as members of Parliament. You cannot complete your tenure as a member of Parliament before contesting. The law says that Parliament should elect, or election should be held at least 1 month, right? So that is why we have elections. We used to have elections. We have elections in 7th December, and then 7th January or 6th January midnight. The old Parliament dissolved, and the new Parliament formed in 7th January. And so these members of Parliament who are contesting either on a ticket as independent candidates, some on a political parties, you have to, if somebody petition or if the issue is raised, then there must be a ruling. And Speaker, if an issue is raised in Parliament, Speaker cannot say that, okay, I will not give my ruling, let us go to Supreme Court for constitutional interpretation before I come to rule. It is not done that way. That is why even committees in Parliament are seen as having powers of High Court.
Yeah.
So if a speaker, there is, a petition before the speaker. So you are telling the speaker not to rule on the petition.
Yeah.
Then what are we doing? So should we wait in Parliament, in the chamber, for Supreme Court to come and rule on a petition before the speaker?
Well, somebody has sought a proper interpretation of that article that you read.
At the time, let me even
has sought a proper interpretation.
I think
the decision that Mr. Speaker has implications on the numbers in Parliament, which is very serious, and so and it could cause chaos. So the Supreme Court says, Mr. Speaker, stay your decision
on the 15th.
Stay your decision
On the 15th.
Let us determine the matter. And then, based on our pronouncement on the matter on a proper interpretation, then we can move forward.
On the 15th of October, the then majority leader, now minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Markins, went to the Supreme Court in an anticipation.
Yes.
When Honorable Haruna Iddrisu made a statement on a political platform, that he would be petitioned Mr. Speaker to evoke that particular Article 97. So he went to Supreme Court in anticipation. I am not a lawyer, and that's what I'm saying. My brother here, he says he's
in anticipation of that, because
so how can you go to my understanding?
But he went because he wanted to find out what that article means.
So there was no any ruling.
Nobody at the time he went to court, there was no any petition before the speaker. You went to court ahead of somebody intention. I am confused here. Somebody went to court, I am sitting here, and you just look at or decide to make a certain statement, and you say that, oh, upon hearing me making a certain statement, you assume that I'm going to attack GHOne. So you are going to court to prevent me from attacking GHOne. When I haven't even made that action. And that was what happened.
No, but if somebody says they are going to harm you.
No.
If you hear that somebody says they are going to harm you,
you should go to court to prevent the person.
What steps will you take? Oh, no, not go to court. I'm just saying
but that was what happened.
The analogy I'm saying, I'm drawing your attention to is that
I get
if somebody says they want to harm you,
but exactly. Not to go to court.
You take steps to prevent that harm.
In this case, they went to court in anticipation at the time. Even look, you
so
realize
you call
that
the police in anticipation of the harm that people want to cause.
You realize that on the 15th, there was a bailiff in Parliament to serve Speaker of Parliament.
Yes.
When there was not even Speaker had not even gone to the chamber, let alone for the statement or the petition to be brought before him in the chamber. Speaker can only take the petition or read the petition to members of Parliament in the chamber and allow them to debate. That had not been done, yet someone was in court already. And this is what we are talking about. And so, even if you look at the ruling, I am not a lawyer, but the ruling talks about the right of the people. And when in the determination of the seat, and when it comes to determination, it's no longer interpretation. Therefore, it shouldn't be Supreme Court that should be interpreted, because if it has to do with determination of the seat, then it should be the High Court. If it has to do with the right. And so that is why I am saying that I am confused here, because the Supreme Court should not be seen as as part of an executive arm of government. Why am I saying this? If you are talking about the people's right, the MP's right, even when the statement was made by the minority leader on the 15th of October on the floor of the House, those MPs were there, right? If you are talking about the right, I shouldn't be fighting for your right when you yourself you are here. They were in the chamber. They never spoke. They could have spoken. They could have defended themselves. They didn't do that. Neither any of their constituents, right, went to court, but rather somebody who is not from their constituency. Honorable Afenyo Markins is not from any of those constituencies. He's not from Formina. He's not from Amenfi Central. He's not from the how do you call it, Suhum. And so, if you are talking about the rights of the constituent not being represented, it should be the constituents or the members of Parliament themselves should be fighting to defend themselves. But they were there when the debate was ongoing. None of them spoke. Do you get me? So we shouldn't be doing this. We are not being fair to our democracy. Look, I am telling you that tomorrow, you and I will have questions to answer if we do not correct things here. So today, if it favors you, it is okay. If it doesn't favor you, let us use the court. Once we have control of the court, let us go to the court.
Is it a matter of having control of the court, or it's a matter of using the court? Using the court,
I am saying that you can use the court
because everybody can.
Honestly,
the
because
court is available for everybody.
I think that because the executive has control over the court, that is why you are seeing things like this. Look at the issue about SAL. If you are talking about representation, there are people in this country, SAL, you know, in the Oti region, for the past 4 years, they've not had the opportunity to have an MP. Nobody represented them for the past 4 years. So within a month, we are just left with a month to end this particular 8th Parliament. You are talking about people's right. And then the Supreme Court, they are not even ashamed. The judges wrote that it is about the right that people will not be represented. You are talking about representation here. What about SAL? Are they not part of this country? What are we talking about? Why are we giving selective justice? And that is my problem. That is why I think that Supreme Court, and for that matter, the judicial system of our country has become an extension of Jubilee House. That is how I see it. Honestly, this is my view. If not,
do you think that's a fair characterization of the Supreme Court?
Oh, well, that's my view. That's how I see it.
Because the Supreme Court
that is
and the judiciary are independent. Independent minds.
So you're talking about,
you can't.
But I see.
I don't think it's fair for you to characterize the Supreme Court in that manner.
In my view, Lantam. In my view.
No, don't say that. I don't want you to say that on this platform.
I am saying that in my view.
I don't want you to say that on this platform.
But what that has transpired for the past week, right? Somebody went to Supreme Court in anticipation, not any magistrate court, Supreme Court in anticipation of somebody going to do something in Parliament. You decide to go to Supreme Court, and they accepted that and passed a judgment. And to not, you see, what we are doing, we are talking about how many arms of government do we have in Ghana? We have 3 arms of government: judiciary, executive, and then the legislature. So these are supposed to be independent. What Speaker Bagman did, he did it within the laws. I mean, within the laws of Parliament. He did not go outside. He didn't just come to the floor of Parliament and decide to rule when there was no any statement or petition before him. And so that's what I ask you today. If I go to Parliament and petition Speaker on an issue, and then after the petition, certainly they must debate on the issue. After debate, who rule on the matter? Should Speaker wait for Supreme Court to come and rule on the matter? I ask you. Should he wait? And so when you, Honorable Afeyomakins, when he went to Supreme Court, there are so many things he spoke about. Government business will be halted and all of that. Today, who is halting government business?
Well, that's why they've triggered a recall.
That's why we had the opportunity to do business. That is why myself and my brother here, we came all the way from Sisala land. We travel. If we had to come by land, you would have to travel about 14 hours to get to Accra. We came back to support government business. We were in Parliament. I am a former minority member of Parliament, but now majority. As an NDC member of Parliament, I was sitting in the chamber waiting for my brother to come for us to transact business. They were nowhere to be found. They are only interested in sitting at the majority side, but I don't think they are interested in transacting business. If they really do, there was an opportunity for us to transact business. Even when I hear them speak about law, I say, why are they doing this to themselves?
All right.
You spoke about the fact that, you spoke about the fact that Speaker ought to respect the directives of the Supreme Court. Yes, granted. Let's assume with admitting that he ought to respect that. Speaker, you said you respect the rule of law. Speaker gave a ruling, and he is the Speaker of Parliament. The only person who gives orders in Parliament, it is the Speaker. You were in the chamber, he gave a ruling. You could have sat there, you knowing very well that you were at court, waiting for the court to rule on the matter. You decide to walk out because you don't want to sit in Parliament as minority. They are interested in the majority status and no longer interested in the interests of this country.
Yeah, but you're also interested in the majority status because you also want to be the majority.
When we came to power, even when we had the 137, we know we are equal. And independent member of Parliament decided to join them. We didn't agree. We didn't argue with anybody. We took the position of minority, and we've been in minority for the past 4 years. Now, just 1 month that you are losing your majority status, you say, "Wait, you will not understand."
Yeah.
And you will not sit in that chamber until you get the opportunity to sit.
It's interesting. So now,
and they will come and tell you and I that minority or NDC caucus in Parliament, we are frustrating government business. We were there. The whole Ghana saw the members of NDC. We were seated at our rightful place, which is the majority side. We were calling them, come and sit at the other side. Let's transact government business. You said you will not sit there. You decided to go and sit in your offices. My brother came all the way from Sisala to come and sit in his office in Parliament. Meanwhile, he's supposed to be sitting in the chamber.
All right. Honorable Chinia, so this recall, considering there is this impasse between
let me just
the NDC and I'll come back to you. Honorable. Between both parties, the NDC and the MPO, as to who is the majority. If you trigger a recall now and you get enough signatures, to compel Mr. Speaker to call Parliament, wouldn't the same situation that we were trying to avoid, that the country was so tense, wouldn't that same situation arise? Because the NDC are still insisting that they are the majority. Your party is also insisting that they have always been the majority and that status has not changed. And so what we saw, everybody went to sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker. Are we not creating a situation for that same issue to arise again? Why not wait for the Supreme Court to make a determination on the matter before before Parliament is recalled?
Well, this is where Lantam, let me salute my leader, the majority leader.
The minority leader.
Honorable Afenyo Markins. He's a very, very, very matured and experienced leader. I mean, in practicing our democracy, we must put the interests and the peace of the country at the center at all times. And there were clear indications that the minority, led by Honorable Atuforson, were just coming to Parliament to cause confusion. And from day one, our leader's position has been clear that we remain the majority side of Parliament, but we are not going to fight and struggle to occupy our rightful place. And so when some of our members got to Parliament and they sat on the right-hand side of the Speaker, which is the rightful place for we those in majority, the minority came and came in large numbers and decided to sit on our side and tried to cause confusion and all that. And the leader, being a peaceful man, being a man that believes in the rule of law, had to advise his members to leave the chamber because some people were just misbehaving, misconducting themselves, just interested in causing commotion and confusion. And let's not take some of these things for granted, that they can have more serious consequences than we expect. And so I think that as a country, we all need to commend Honorable Afenyo Markins for that decision of leading his side. Otherwise, if we were all there and the majority against the minority were all struggling to sit at the same place, and I mean, you can't tell what the end result will be. But it takes a responsible leader, a responsible person to stay out and allow the law to work. And that is exactly what he did. Now, it was for the Speaker to make a determination as to whether the directive from the Supreme Court thought he is going to oblige or he is going to disrespect it. Which I know, at his level and experience, he has no choice but to oblige. But sometimes egos. So he decided to suspend Parliament indefinitely.
Is it a matter of ego, or is it a matter of, well, I disagree with what the Supreme Court, wants to do, because we in Parliament are masters of our own rules and an independent arm of government. So you've not made a final determination on the case. So once you've not made a final determination on the proper interpretation of that Article 97, you can't come and dictate to us what to do. And we know Mr. Speaker has also filed processes in courts challenging that directive from the Supreme Court, right?
The Supreme Court is not dictating to Parliament. And the Supreme Court is not taking away the independence of Parliament. And in fact, they would not do that. But it is hypocrisy at the highest level when NDC, and as my uncle now saying that the Supreme Court is an is an annex of the Jubilee House. That is very unfortunate statement. Very, very unfortunate to bastardize and make your own state institutions look so bad. The same Supreme Court in recent times had made decisions in favor of the Speaker and Parliament. Not long ago, the same Supreme Court. There was a case before Supreme Court recently, and they said no. It was they ruled in favor of the Speaker, and by extension, Parliament. They didn't condemn them. Atuforson was in court, at the High Court. They were making all kinds of noise. When the High Court ruled in his favor, did they condemn the High Court? They should stop that. Or they think that anytime you go to court, you must be favored, even when your case is bad. The court is not there for one particular party. The court is there for everybody. And when you have a bad case, and you are still insisting that your bad case must be made good for you, how? And I'm just saying, Lantam, in recent days, the same Supreme Court made a ruling in Parliament's favor. And now they made it another ruling for you to stay execution of a pronouncement by the Speaker, for them to determine the case. That one, you are saying the Supreme Court is an extension of Jubilee House.
Well, but the Speaker has adjourned the
I
House.
thought that you should have insisted for my uncle to withdraw the statement.
Yeah, I did. Would you say?
He insisted that
would you say that the Speaker took the right decision in adjourning the House?
You see, there is too much hypocrisy in Ghana. When in 2012, President Akufo-Addo, then flag bearer of MPP, went to court to challenge an election. On the day of the ruling, the then president, now former President Mahama, was wearing white. His vice of blessed memory was wearing white. All of them were wearing white at the Jubilee House in anticipation of victory. And they got victory. Were they manipulating the Supreme Court? Had they manipulated the Supreme Court? Did you hear MPP saying that because of their conduct and how the ruling went, they knew what was going to come and therefore prepared to celebrate? And so the Supreme Court had been manipulated by the president then? Did you hear that? Then candidate Akufo-Addo even said he disagreed with the ruling, but he accepts it. And when you disagree, it means the opinion they have expressed that you disagree with. You are not, he didn't attack the Supreme Court like the way they conduct themselves. Every time they're attacking personalities, they are not talking about issues. So the same people, fast forward.
So in view of that,
you let me make this one. I need to. The NDC is so callous.
I think you've made a point, but
I so irresponsible that in the way they attack the court.
In view of that, I asked you a question as to whether or not the Speaker's decision that was taken, and I want you to address it because of the time that we have. I don't want us to spend too much time on the other issues.
These are the relevant matters.
So address the issue.
I'll come there.
No, but these are the issues that we also want to address.
Yes, but I'll come there. Because of the statement my uncle made, you know, I have to let him know that he's doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, but you've addressed it.
He's doing the wrong thing.
I think you've addressed it.
The same people, they challenge an election just like we did in 2012. And when they lost, look at the things they were saying. If the electoral commissioner decided not to appear to testify your case, the case is not for the electoral commission. It is the NDC that took the matter to court. And the one who alleges proves it. You are alleging against me. I say, okay, I'm not going to talk. You prove your case to the court. There's nothing wrong with that. Our legal regime allows that. Lantam, if you take me to court and say I've stolen your pen, then you go and make your case in court, and I'm asked to defend, and I say I have nothing to say. They should make their ruling based on what you have said. There's nothing wrong with it. If I see that your argument or the case you have put before the court is porous and there's no need for me to come and mount a defense, is that a crime? But look at the way they've used that to bastardize the electoral commissioner and the court. Most of you even went there with our results. You don't even know what you got. Right. This is the kind of irresponsibility and poor leadership they have. They didn't go there with any result. When MPP went to court in 2012, we presented all our facts. We presented the results that we thought the electoral commission. So these people,
I think you made a point.
They lack understanding of how the law works.
So let's come.
Or they pretend on how the law works. And they come and sit here and they bastardize the court.
Let's come back to the parliamentary.
It's important we all defend the court. We defend the judges. We should not allow the NDC to continuously undermine the court.
You've seen me do that here.
Meanwhile, the court
on this platform,
on a lot of occasions, have ruled in their favor.
Honorable,
and when the court does, they are happy.
Honorable, you've seen me do that here on this platform. You see me do
that. I think withdraw. Okay, let him withdraw. Uncle, withdraw that statement.
I've allowed you to make your point.
How can you say the Supreme Court is an extension of the Jubilee House?
Honorable Chidia.
All the things you said.
Honorable Chidia.
I haven't said
Honorable Chidia.
No, hold on.
MPP is different. Will you let me do my work?
Please. Do your work.
Please allow me to do my work. Thank you very much. Please. So please, let's come back to the. I think I've given you enough time to make the point that you wanted to make.
They can't even collate results.
But anyway, in fact, Honorable Superior, let me come to you now for a brief reaction, and then we'll move on to
the results.
Brief reaction.
The system broke down.
Brief reaction.
So we are talking about Supreme Court we are talking about Parliament here. My brother jumped to an issue that has been dealt
it's the way you
past
condemn the court.
Almost 4 years. Yes, we condemn the court because you said that in 2012, you went to court. You were given the opportunity to cross-examine the electoral commissioner then. Fast forward 2020 elections, NDC went to court, and then the same court prevented NDC from...
No, uncle, no.
My brother, when you were speaking,
allow him to make his point. When you were talking, he was quiet. Allow him to make his point. You have time to speak. Allow him to make his point.
In 2012, you were given the opportunity to cross-examine the electoral commissioner.
Lantam, put him on. We were not given.
Did they cross-examine electoral commissioner or they did not?
Lantam, put him on the right track.
Did they cross-examine the electoral commissioner in 2012 or they did not cross-examine the electoral commissioner?
That's your answer.
Yes. Did they?
Lantam, when you go to court,
no, please.
When you allege something against somebody,
no, when you say
it is the electoral commissioner. Listen.
You are done.
When you have a strong case,
who reserves the right to decide to defend himself or not?
It's the defendant.
Exactly.
It's the defendant. So in 2012, the defendant decided to go and defend his case.
Exactly.
But this time they decided they were not interested.
So
it is not somebody who gave.
Honorable Chinia, I'm coming. Even when the plaintiffs requested to cross-examine the defendant, the court says no. You are not going to cross-examine.
That is not it.
Is that what happened in 2020?
The defendant declined.
No.
Uncle.
But the court also said no.
Uncle, let's put the facts right.
No.
The defendant.
See, we are not even talking. Hold on. Point of order.
The defendant declined.
Honorable Chinia. Point of order. We are not discussing the 2020 election petition. Let's discuss the issues. Let's get back to Parliament. Let's discuss the parliamentary issues. Let's discuss the parliamentary issues.
You gave me the opportunity to react.
So just finish in 1 minute and left, because we are going off topic, and that's not fair to the viewers. We are going off topic.
The court prevented the electoral commissioner.
No, uncle.
From being
the court didn't prevent the electoral commission from being cross-examined.
The court did.
The electoral commission. The chairperson. The chairperson of the electoral commission didn't want to be cross-examined. And the court said that, well, if the person that you are bringing the case against doesn't want to be cross-examined, they reserve the right to do that.
As part of our evidence,
and they can't compel the Supreme Court.
If we had gotten the opportunity to cross-examine the electoral commissioner, certainly would have exposed the electoral commissioner. But once you decided to say that, once the electoral commissioner says that she does not want to be cross-examined, and you say, okay, once she says she doesn't want to be cross-examined, please allow her to sit in peace. And you want me to say that you are not in bed with the electoral commissioner?
But anyway, you've made your points. Let's come back to the issues of Parliament.
That was what
now
happened.
There is hold on, Honorable Super. Now there is a trigger from the MPP side to recall Parliament.
Exactly.
Let's get to that issue.
Exactly. So I am happy he's talking about law here. So now you trigger saying constitutional article. There's an article 112, clause 3. You trigger that article to compel speaker to summon Parliament within 7 days. Should I also go to Supreme Court today to say that the minority leader, Honorable Afenyo-Markin, does not have the right to invoke or to seek for further interpretation of that article?
In fact, one of your colleagues has indicated that he will do that. Roxy Nelson Dafiamepo has indicated that,
and I will support him.
He will seek an interpretation of Article 112.
We will also go and seek for interpretation,
and then seek for an injunction to stop Speaker from recalling Parliament
until the court determine or interpret that particular article. We will also seek an injunction to prevent Speaker from summoning Parliament.
Is that the right way to go?
That's the right way to go.
If
Speaker has no right,
does it help?
They have given
our democracy.
They've told us that the Speaker has no right to invoke constitutional articles.
No, nobody has said that, Uncle.
The Speaker, I just said something in our part. I mean, in the previous conversation we just had here, I told you that there was a petition before Speaker, and so you were preventing Speaker to rule on that petition. Speaker went ahead to rule on the petition before him. You people went to court to quash his ruling. Now, you same people that went to court, you are also invoking a certain article in the same constitution, Should we also go and get an injunction on Speaker not to compel him to summon Parliament within 7 days as stated in the Constitution? If we should do that, where would this country be headed? When we are about doing that, you have an issue to say, you say, no, we don't want government to transact business. When he favors you, it is right. If he doesn't go in your favor, oh, we are not doing things right. And that is the kind of people we have in this country. Everything must go in their favor. Is that the kind of democracy we want to run as a country? So the fact that you are in charge of government, you should be able to control judiciary. You should be able to control, Parliament. It's not done anywhere in the world. That is why the framers of the Constitution says that Parliament ought to be independent. Judiciary ought to be independent. There shouldn't be a case where you see the judiciary interfering with the work of Parliament. So I am in support. In fact, I'm not aware that Honorable Papanko said this.
Well, I heard him on radio.
You heard him on radio.
On a radio station.
In fact, this morning,
I heard him on a radio station.
When I heard that my brother and his colleagues in minority actually petitioned Speaker to summon Parliament within 7 days, I also thought of going to Supreme Court to go and get an injunction on Speaker not to invoke that particular article in the Constitution and seek for constitutional interpretation for Supreme Court. Until that matter is determined, Speaker has no right.
But is that article in the Constitution? Is it ambiguous? Is it
so? The article
because it's not everything.
No, to me it's ambiguous.
That one has to take to court.
If Article 97,
isn't it clear?
If Article 97H in the Constitution is ambiguous to them, they went to Supreme Court for interpretation. To me also, Article 112 Clause 3 is also ambiguous.
It's not straightforward.
It's not straightforward. If Article 97, if Article 97 Clause H was ambiguous to the majority, same as this particular article to me also is ambiguous. If you want Supreme Court to be running Parliament for us, if there's any serious matter in Parliament, let's all run to Supreme Court and see where this country will all be headed. And so that is what we are saying, that look, to me, if you had an intention, you knew you had a case at court, right? Once the Speaker ruled on the matter, you ought to have, respected this decision of the Speaker and quickly just move to the minority side for NDC to come to majority side. Let government business continue. Then, knowing very well that you have a case at court, if court then gives ruling, then you probably, Speaker will then communicate and give consequential order as to how the House to be seated. But you decide to stage a walkout simply because you don't want to belong to minority. And so now my people are fighting for their majority status. They are no longer interested in government business. I've heard the former majority leader, Honorable Chairman, said yesterday saying on radio about a constitutional instrument that we have to lay before Parliament.
Yeah, for the elections.
For the elections.
Yes.
He spoke about boundary commissions bill. He spoke about other things. Are they not aware of these bills and they decided not to sit in Parliament for us to transact business on Tuesday when we had the opportunity to do all these things? If they had come to the chamber to sit at where they were supposed to sit, which is the minority side, I believe that by now the bill probably would have been laid. And today we'll not be talking about if Parliament has so. When we go back, that is, I don't know. When we go back to Parliament, who continues to sit at the right side? If they will agree to go and be sitting at the minority side, then we'll come.
So as they've triggered 1123 to recall Parliament, when you go back, you will still go and sit on the right side.
There was no any consequential order by the Speaker. You heard one Speaker came to agenda house. Did he give any consequential order in the Parliament? And in Parliament, in the chamber, he knows we only listen to Speaker and no any other person. You can speak outside. You can be Mr. President can sit in Jubilee House and say anything. Anybody can speak. But in Parliament, we listen to Mr. Speaker. Until he gives consequential orders, we in NDC will continue to sit in majority side. There was not any order by the speaker. He only came to let us know that he received a writ or someone or whatever from the Supreme Court, and that because we could not, even though we formed quorum to transact business, but we did not have the numbers to make decisions. To take decision. Therefore, he was going to adjourn until further indefinite, and that was what he did. If they were there. But my uncle and his people, he was sitting in his office. He came all the way from Cicely to come and sit in his office in Parliament. Meanwhile, his seat in minority was there waiting for you to come and sit. He and his people decided to go and sit in Job 600 in their offices watching us on television. And these same people will come out to tell the people of this country that NDC, we don't want to transact government business. We don't want the progress of this country. So between NDC and MPP, in this case, which party is, rather taking the country backwards? It is the MPP. You had the opportunity, at least respect the speaker's directions. Orders. Come and sit at minority. Let him give his consequential order that no, you are not supposed to sit there. You are supposed to come and sit here. You chose to sit, and you chose to listen to the Supreme Court. That the Chief Justice. That is why one of our colleagues said that we will continue to sit in majority. If Supreme Court wants, they should come to Parliament to come and give us. They should come and interpret what they are ruling. We do not. Me as I sit here, I don't understand. As far as I'm aware, as a member of Parliament for Cicely West, I only take orders from the Speaker of Parliament. And so when speaker comes, that is why when any arm of this country, any arm of government, when they want to communicate, they don't communicate to me as an individual MP. They communicate to Mr. Speaker. If I go to sit at the majority side and speaker comes to tell me that NDC caucus per what, you are not supposed to say, please move to minority side. We
You follow what the speaker says.
Of course, he is the only person we listen to per the law. He knows. When speaker give consequential orders in chamber, and you walk out and say that you are waiting for Supreme Court. Parliament. So today, Speaker of Parliament is now the Chief Justice. Until Chief Justice.
No, but when they walked out, the speaker hadn't taken his seat yet.
When they worked out.
When the minority MPP
on the
MPs
17th,
walked out.
On the 17th,
the speaker hadn't taken it. I'm talking about
MPP majority.
I'm talking about what had just happened when the MPP caucus
did they even walk out?
Alexander Afinyo
Did they walk out?
Yeah, they did.
They asked him
whether the sitting had not even started. The speaker.
So
by the time the speaker entered the chamber,
they were not there.
Yeah, exactly.
So did they walk?
So there was nothing for the speaker to say. Or it's not like the speaker came to sit and they decided to walk out.
You see, let me tell you,
right?
when you say they walked out,
yes,
they didn't walk out. They didn't even come.
They didn't even show up. Okay, so let's just say they didn't show up.
There's a difference between they walking out.
Yes,
because they only walked out on the 17th.
Yes, when the speaker declared the seats vacant.
To declare those seats vacant.
Yes,
and knowing that if those seats are declared vacant, they are going to the minority. They said for the minority tag, waking up from Cicely West, telling his constituents that he's going to Parliament as the majority MP, and getting to Parliament. For him to be called minority MP, they say they will never say that.
There's a court order for that decision to
and I just communicated. No, Lantam, let's not do this. The only person we take orders from Parliament is the Speaker of Parliament.
Right.
So if there's any court order, until Speaker communicates to we, the members of Parliament, we must continue to obey any order coming from the Speaker until he communicates otherwise. It is not lying on we, the members of Parliament, to come and say that.
So did the Speaker communicate to you to go and sit on the majority side?
But the numbers.
Did he communicate to you that you should go and sit on the majority side?
He told us. He declares. No, he didn't communicate, but he declared. No,
my uncle is yes.
No, bro, I'm coming.
Did the Speaker communicate to you that go and sit on the majority side?
When you take the 3 members out of the MPP's numbers.
So your own estimation?
It is not estimation. So do you have the numbers to be?
You are talking about the Speaker communicating.
No.
In this case, the Speaker didn't tell them you, the minority, that now you are majority, go and sit on the majority side.
No, let me land. But he communicated. He declared those seats vacant. And so when you do the mathematics, you know.
And there is a stay of execution.
Coming from who?
From the Supreme Court.
Communicated by who? Communicated by who? Answer. Communicated by who?
You are not aware.
Now I'm not aware until Speaker tells me. Communicated by who?
Speaker mentioned it.
Were you in the chamber? How did you know that Speaker mentioned it? Why didn't you wait? No, why didn't they wait for Speaker to come and mention? That is what we are talking about. Communicated by who?
Uncle, wait.
No, I won't wait. Communicated by who? We take orders for Speaker.
Lantam. Lantam.
We take orders from the speaker. And speaker had not communicated. And you people said you will not sit because he had ruled on Thursday. You refused to obey his ruling on Thursday because you knew that your Supreme Court will be giving a ruling that will go in your favor. If not, how did you people walk out?
Lantam, I think that he's making.
You get me? You should have come to Parliament to sit at the minority side. Wait on Speaker to come and communicate to all of us.
Lantam.
And let us move forward. You decided to stay outside.
The Speaker had not given any orders.
But you took orders from Supreme Court.
They should sit on the majority side or the right side of the Speaker. As far as we are aware, that is our sitting position. Now, when you go to Parliament and somebody is sitting on your seat, and you are a man of peace, a woman of peace, and you know that the person only wants to cause confusion, the best is to stay out.
No, I'm not wishing you no.
And allow the Speaker to make a pronouncement on what the Supreme Court has said. Unfortunately, the Speaker decided to adjourn the House indefinitely. Otherwise, he would have announced, he made mention of the service of the Supreme Court judgment or the decision, but didn't go into details. But we believe that if he was to go into details, there's no way the Speaker can disobey the ruling of the Supreme Court. He cannot. So, but for me, it was good that our leader took the decision that he took, because if we were to stay with them and we are arguing, and you saw one of them, this MP from Volta region, who said that anybody who comes near his sister, he will beat you. You saw it. So these are the people we are dealing with, and we want peace. So we decided to stay out.
That's why you ran away.
So can you imagine that I was in the chamber? I was in the chamber, and then my uncle went and sat on my seat. From the minority, he has come to sit on my seat on the majority.
But does he not make a
and then I go to confront him.
Does he not make a fair point that if the Speaker communicates to them, because at the last, before the Speaker adjourned the House indefinitely, at the last sitting of Parliament, he declared 4 seats vacant. And per the numbers, the majority group, if those 4 seats are vacant, per the numbers, the majority group becomes the one which has the majority of MPs in the House. And we know that the majority side of the House sits on the right-hand side of the Speaker. So if they go and sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker, because per the communication from the Speaker, 4 seats are declared vacant, there is a court order. Shouldn't the Speaker come and say that the court says I should stay that? And so now the MPP retains majority, so come back and sit on your majority. So and MPP and NDC go back to your minority side.
Because they don't respect the Speaker's order.
Is that not a fair point?
So
if every communication that comes from the court or whatever comes through Mr. Speaker,
what happens?
Is that not
what happens is that the sitting arrangement is done by the Clerk of Parliament, not the Speaker. Now our names tags are on the right-hand side of the Speaker. So I usually would admit that the Speaker's ruling holds, and they are a disciplined party, a disciplined caucus. What they needed to do is to wait for the clerk to rearrange the chamber, and not for you to go and take over as if there is a coup d'etat. So the question is, has the clerk and Parliament rearranged the chamber and put the tax of they who now claim to be majority, put their tax on the right-hand side of the Speaker? No, that has not been done. The chamber has not been rearranged.
So you were waiting for the chamber to be rearranged?
So they were behaving like...
No,
they
were
have,
you waiting,
were
you waiting for the chamber to be rearranged?
Yeah, if the ruling holds, if the rule of the Speaker holds, and you are truly the majority, the clerk and his people will rearrange the sitting arrangement in Parliament, and then you go quietly. If they have rearranged this and I have been taken to the minority, then that is what the Parliament has done, and I'm deemed or expected to oblige or to respect. But that has not been done. Our name tags are still on the right hand side of the Speaker.
My brother.
And you went there. My name is there. Then you went and you are sitting there.
No.
If I come,
we didn't see your names there. We didn't see your names there.
What do you mean?
So I ask you a question. Were you people waiting for the clerk?
Now,
were you waiting for the clerk to rearrange?
Lantam, we in the majority think that the Speaker's decision to adjourn the House indefinitely was not right, because there were businesses that were stated before we started sitting. And most of those businesses has not been carried out.
But you were nowhere for us.
And so what is the basis for the speaker adjourning the house?
We didn't have the numbers.
Oh, uncle. What is the basis for the speaker adjourning the house? Why he knows that the businesses for which we have come to parliament have not been conducted. What is the basis? So it is not fair to the state. I mean, like you mentioned.
But you weren't in the house. If any decision was to be taken, you couldn't have. You didn't have the numbers.
We were not in
Parliament didn't have the numbers to take a decision. Even though the numbers of the NDC could do business, decisions could not be taken.
So if we were not in the house and they didn't have the numbers to take a decision,
yes,
they could adjourn the sitting to the next day. The speaker could have adjourned.
But the speaker also said
it has always happened.
There could potentially be a chaotic situation. That's also
and that is why
one of the reasons why he adjourned the house.
He needs to enforce the law. Parliament, what is it?
But aren't there standing orders on which the speaker can adjourn the house if he sees that there is going to be chaos?
Well, I am not even challenging his decision to adjourn the house indefinitely, even though I think that because of the impending businesses, he could have done something else. He could have still engaged the leadership of both sides and bring a resolution so that parliamentary business can continue, government business will be done. I mean, he has done what he has to do. And so the majority, I mean, as required by Article 112, 15% of membership can request Speaker to recall Parliament, and that process has been triggered, and we expect that the Speaker will recall Parliament so that these very important businesses of Parliament, I mean, we are supposed to, very important bills, the Environmental Protection Agency bill. I'm a member of the Environment Committee, and this bill seeks to take advantage of carbon opportunities across the globe and the millions of dollars that we can get when this bill is done. Both the majority and the minority, we are on the committee, we all see the potential. I mean, it is not about a party. And then we have the Social Protection Bill, very important. We have, Custom Amendment Bill, very, very critical. The Budget Bill, the Ghana Boundary Commission Bill, and then Interstate Succession Bill. Very, very important. You see, these are very important bills that affects. Oh, you spoke a lot.
You've been speaking for the past 30 minutes.
No. Both of you have been speaking.
These are very important bills that affect the lives of every Ghanaian, irrespective of the party you belong to. And so these businesses ought to be done. And so this is why we have a $250 million loan facility, budgetary support that's from the International Development Association that we need to support our budget for the country to run. I mean, these are very critical matters that we have to do as a house. And these were part of the arrangement when Parliament was recalled. The leadership had agreed on all these businesses to be conducted. We have not done them, and Parliament has been suspended or adjourned indefinitely. And so on the basis of that, the majority side is requesting Parliament or the Speaker to recall Parliament so that we can do these important businesses for Ghana.
Right. I mean, if Speaker recalls Parliament, you'll have to go, right?
Yes, so that is what you see, the hypocrisy aspect of the minority group of in Parliament. I'm talking about the NPP group. You stated all these businesses. You had the opportunity for us to do this on Tuesday. You were nowhere to be found. You see, when you say that it is clerk of Parliament that arranged the sitting for members of Parliament, Speaker had ruled on a matter on the Thursday, 17th of October. You decided to stage a walkout, saying that you were waiting for the Supreme Court to rule before you would come back to Parliament. There was a ruling. Speaker had not communicated. You said when you came into the chamber, you realized that we, a majority now, were occupying your seat. There was another set of seats somewhere. If you are people who really respect Speaker's decision, or if you are a group of people who obey Mr. Speaker's orders in Parliament, what you ought to do, you were supposed to have gone to sit at the minority side quietly, waiting for the Speaker to come and communicate to all of us, since he is the only person who communicates and give consequential orders to members of parliament in the chamber. You were supposed to have gone to sit at the minority side, knowing very well that there was a ruling, waiting for the speaker to come and tell the members of parliament about the judgment being served on him, and then proceed to give consequential order. You decided to go out of the chamber. You didn't even wait for Mr. Speaker to arrive. You left the chamber. You chose to organize a press conference to let the people of this country know that you are people who love peace, and therefore you don't want any chaos. You are going to sit in your offices. When there were seats for you, if you are people who really love peace and not interested in the majority status, you would have gone to sit at the minority side, knowing that there is somebody who is the referee, who would come to communicate to we in the majority side that, yes, I have ruled on this matter on Thursday, declaring the 4 seat vacant. But I have received a judgment from the Supreme Court. In the said judgment, this is what is stated there. Therefore, those 4 seats that have ruled, that have declared vacant, their membership still holds, which means that automatically we would become minority again. We being group of people who obeys Mr. Speaker's orders in Parliament. Of course, we wouldn't have staged a walkout. We would have gone to sit at the right side.
You have never staged a walkout on, Mr. Speaker?
No. Please, I'm coming. I'm talking about this matter. I'm coming. When you were talking, I didn't interject.
No, I'm just asking you a harmless question.
I will get back to you. Don't worry.
No, answer this one.
I will answer you after we are done here. You chose to even go and sit in your offices. How do we move forward as a country when you think that your status as a majority group, that is more important than all the businesses you've stated? If these businesses are that important and critical to us as a nation, and being a group of members of parliament who lead government business, you would have stayed back in parliament to sit in the minority side for speaker to come and communicate to us.
All right.
You didn't do that. And you come to sit here to tell us that it is we, the minority. Nobody.
So when we call parliament, will you go back and go and sit on the right hand side of this?
We'll go and sit at the right hand side because there was no any consequential order.
All right. Very well. We only heard
that there was a judgment served on Mr. Speaker. Yeah. But there was not any consequential order.
I think you've made that point. So we'll have to wrap up now. Honorable Chidi,
we are considering, you said, Honorable Dafiamako.
Yeah, I've heard that he says
if he doesn't, I will be doing that.
All right, Honorable Chidi, let me come to you.
Go to Supreme Court to make sure that I will do that in consultation with the leadership of my side to secure an injunction on Mr. Speaker from summoning Parliament, I will further seek for constitutional interpretation, the Supreme Court to interpret that particular clause, the clause 112, the article 112 clause 3. Until that is determined, Mr. Speaker has no right to summon Parliament.
Is there a dispute as to what 112 clause?
Is there any dispute? Is there any dispute on the Article 97 clause?
Yes, there's currently a dispute because people hold different views of the meaning. Has anybody ever disputed?
I, Mohammed Adam Super, as a member of Parliament representing the good people of Sisala West, I have a different view.
So what is your view?
That. My view cannot be discussed here.
Why not?
Don't worry, won't get to Supreme
It says, notwithstanding any provision of this article, 15% of members of parliament may request a meeting of parliament, the speaker shall within 7 days of received request a summon. So what is your contrary view to this? What does this mean? Because it means
out of 275 members of parliament,
yes,
how come only 15% of the said number?
That is what the constitution is saying.
So that is why I have a different view. So I will go to.
No, but that is what the constitution is saying.
So what did the constitution say?
So wait, are you going to the Supreme Court to? Are you going to the Supreme Court to look for an interpretation of this?
Yes, interpretation of that. So what is so ambiguous about the Article 97 Clause H?
The various positions have been espoused.
Which various positions?
Based on the history of
when
it.
I get to
but with this particular one, it has never been in dispute. So I'm just wondering what interpretation
Lantam,
you are looking for.
If I come to you as my lawyer, certainly
Yes.
I will tell you my view on that.
Okay.
So when my lawyers finally get to Supreme Court,
okay,
you will get to hear my view.
That's fair. That's
and
fair.
so we also
That's
get
fair.
an injunction to prevent Mr. Speaker from someone in Parliament.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Honorable Chinia, let me.
In fact, they must be charged. Look, somebody should be interested in taking them on for causing financial loss to the state. And of course, when you call Parliament, he knows. All the MPs, you call them back. Parliament has been against Synod. You have to pay for transportations. Within 1 week or within 3 days, you are asking Mr. Speaker to summon Parliament again. When we came back, we could have used this period, this particular meeting, to transact all these businesses.
So it's financial loss to the state.
Of course.
All right. Honorable Chinia, let me hear from you finally on this, and I'll come back to you for your final word. And then we wrap it up. 2 minutes.
Well, I think that the request by the majority side, by our second deputy chief whip, and the other members of parliament who are signed for a recall is in the right direction, because there is very, very important government businesses that has to be conducted, and the speaker, I believe, will listen to the request and recall parliament. And when parliament is recalled, we expect our brothers on the other side to conduct themselves well. They remain the minority, and if they want to be in the majority, they should focus on the elections. If after 7th December they get majority, they will have the right to sit there, which I know they are aware. You saw, as General Sedun Katia, their chairman, saying that the MPP wants to win parliament in the next election. There is every indication to them as a party that they've lost parliament by a wide margin. The ninth parliament is, MPP is going to constitute a clear majority in parliament. And so they're playing this gymnastic just to create a certain impression on the minds of Ghanaians that already we are constituting a majority. We are ahead of the election, but these things will not work. The voters know, like you stated earlier, unfortunately, we've not been able to get into that discussion. The priorities of the voters, education, and what the record of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia against the former president, John Mahama, is very clear. The difference in educational policy, educational upliftment is very clear. In terms of employment, in terms of healthcare delivery, it is very clear. And those are the things Ghanaians are going to look at and vote. It's not the noise. It's not the noise. So
all right.
They are very clear in their mind that they are losing parliament. So they are playing some psychological game to sustain the interest of their supporters. I mean, what they should concentrate on is how they can, even at least compile their votes. You know, the NDC has a major problem of being able to even collate their own resource. They have a major problem.
So
all the elections.
So they should think about that.
Yeah, you heard I said Katia. Oh, wait, I haven't finished. You heard, I haven't finished. You heard the NDC chairman. You heard the NDC chairman confessing to NDC people that when he went to the Supreme Court, they couldn't collate results.
All right.
So he had no figure. Their system that it crashed less than 4 hours into the collation. So they should concentrate on seeing how they can collate results. So that when we are declared winners, they will come crying like pampered babies.
Yes.
See, my uncle is sitting here imagining things that I don't know, that it doesn't exist. It is open secret in this country that everybody knows we have already won the elections. And he knows that we are winning.
You say everybody knows. I don't know that. Lantam, do you know that?
Well, let me tell my answer.
You say everybody knows. I don't know that. Lantam, do you know that?
The most difficult person.
Oh, let Lantam also answer.
I'm coming.
You say everybody. I don't know. Do you know?
To wake him
then
up
this
from
has won
sleep.
the election.
To wake him up from sleep. And somebody is someone who pretends to be sleeping.
ABF is saying it, younger brother.
So if you pretend not to know that NDC has won the elections already, and we are going to win with clear majority, then it's your problem. You know that when it comes to all the things you said, You haven't done anything. I haven't seen anywhere in the world that when you want to build a house, you leave the foundation and decide to focus on the top. That is the kind of educational system we have. All your focus is on the free senior high school policy. The basic schools are being left. I was part of Government Assurances Committee, and we went around this country. We went to basic schools, and what we saw as a committee, Lantam, I was surprised that a government that has introduced a new curriculum, yet there was not any single textbooks in many of those schools we've been to in this country. And I believe that the teachers, those working in the educational sector that are watching us this morning, can attest to this fact. Look at the kind of basic schools we have today. The structure. No investment is being, directed at improving the basic schools. All what we hear is free HSS.
It cannot be true. It cannot be true.
Chinia, no, let's not sit here.
Basic schools.
All right. At least
capitation grant.
All right, very well. Honorable Chinia, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and so we'll have to wrap up. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. The Honorable MP for Sisala East, Amidou Chinia, and the Honorable MP for Sisala West, Honorable Mohammed Sukparu, have been my guests on the breakfast review segments this morning. Stay tuned. There's still more to come here on GH Today, including Voters Connect. We'll be right back.
GHOne OV van has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rollis' state funeral, Emmys Africa Awards, and a number of them.
My experience with the GHOne van has been the state of the art equipment they have. Personal experience is you can use it for both indoor and outdoor, all events, conferencing, like anything you need a van to work for you, GHOne provides it.
My experience with the van has been very good. Why? Because it has a number of facilities that I may not get in other vans. The van has a very wide bench that can accommodate all my technical crew, ICCU, switcher, graphics, CG, and all of that. And then it also has a studio, a green room studio that comes with TriCaster. So if you want somebody to do commentary on a live event, you can put that presenter who's in that studio as well and get that running.
To give an experience to our audience, we're also watching on TVs and online. Work with an Exo technology system, which makes your video mixing with Panasonic cameras, like a lot of other stuff in terms of content you need to get also for your live broadcasts.
I prefer the GHOne van to a lot of other vans I've used, or even doing my own setup on a tabletop setup, because on a production you see a number of people in the van, and so if you have a very small van, it means that it's going to be choked, and that will affect the creativity as well. The price has been discounted as well to accommodate varied budgets. And so no matter the budget you have, I understand you can have the truck and do business with it.
It looks huge, but very affordable. Cost is really, really affordable. My experience with it, EMI Awards last year, super excellent. Try it, call them, and I'm going to give you the best of price. Really affordable.
Welcome back to the show. This is GH Today here on GHOne Television, and we have a conversation coming up that has got to do with cybersecurity and its relevance, in Ghana. Of course, cybersecurity is something that we should all be taking seriously, especially the age in which we live. And so to have a conversation on this today here on the show, we've been joined in the studio by Dr. Edward Danso Ansong. He's the head of cybersecurity unit at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Ghana, Legon. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you here in the studio. Also here is Mr. Samson Intiamwa, who is the CEO of SmartThink Global Technology. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us here in the studio. I mean, why should we be taking cybersecurity seriously?
Okay, thank you. Doc, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, with this day and age of digitization and digitalization, where everything is moving from the usual paperwork to computerization, it has become very, very important because now our daily lives and activities dwell on digitization and computerization. The way we do banking transactions, office procedures, we send memos and emails using the systems, computer systems. Our educational structure is all dwelt on computers and then computerizations. So even our various applications, passports, births and death certificates, everything is now covered as far as computerization is concerned. Before I move on, I would like to wish my brother a happy birthday. His birthday is today.
Oh, it's his birthday?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Wow. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
We'll do a special birthday wish for you at the end of the show. Yeah, but it's great to have you here in the studio on your birthday.
Thank you.
So, you're just talking about why it's important, why cybersecurity is important. But what is it even? Cybersecurity. When we say cybersecurity, what is it?
Cybersecurity has to do with the field of IT that has to do with the protection of all digital assets, including the digital infrastructure, computers, devices, and everything, including data from unauthorized access, from cyber attacks, and other threats. And because all our lives now dwell on computers, computerizations, and so on and so forth, it has become therefore expedient that we protect our devices, we protect our digital infrastructures. And you do recall recently when we had a slight, internet downturn as a result of, you saw how people's lives became at a standstill. You couldn't do transactions at the bank. You couldn't even go on your social media just to even send one or two messages here and there. There were lots of chaos, quotes and unquotes. So as a result of that alone should even bring us to the fore that it's become one of the very important things that we need to provide security to protect against unauthorized access or anyone breaching our privacy and so on and so forth.
Right. So, in this day and age, where we are talking about digitization, digitalization, it's also sort of leaving room for a lot of misinformation and disinformation, right, to be put out there. So, how has that become a concern for today's age?
So, there's a principle in cybersecurity called integrity.
Right.
So when there is misinformation and disinformation, it distorts information, and integrity means that you want to ensure that the information, you cannot modify or make changes to an information.
Right.
So misinformation is a false and it's misleading information that is spread with the intention that you are not an intentional way, whereby disinformation is spreading false information with an intent that you are misleading people. So with regards to cybersecurity, there has to be measures in place to address the issue of misinformation and disinformation, because when there's misinformation and disinformation, it brings mistrust in the general public because there are a lot of consequences when the people spread false information.
Right.
For example, we are in an election time. If our political leaders intend to do politics in terms of spreading false information, it affects the election process. When also people tend to spread false information against prominent people, recently we hear people saying this person is this person that, without doing any fact checking, it affects us. So there has to be, cybersecurity is about putting in measures, controls, protective measures in place. So there has to be ways that we need to put in place to address the issue of misinformation and disinformation.
So so in doing that, what are the steps that we take, using cybersecurity to combat misinformation and disinformation?
Yeah, for instance, your media house, we all know in Ghana that is one of the most trusted, in terms of integrity, because of the fact checks that you do make before bringing out information.
Yeah.
So fact checking is one of such things, and ensuring that before any information is spread out, you have been able to do some background checks and so on. Yes, it's usually initiated by government and the private sector. It's not only the private sector that usually comes out with that. For instance, if there is no legal framework to be able to protect such misinformation and disinformation, then anybody at all can just spread any false information without any consequence. So the legal framework is one of the very important things, and we can all testify to the coming up of the Cybersecurity Act 2020. We even have the Electronic Transactions Act. We have the Data Protection Act. So once the legal framework is established, it brings some kind of policing, to ensure that people don't just spread information and so on. And then we can also talk about other things such as, punitive measures for such things. Currently on social media, if anyone starts spreading false information, your account can be withheld. So once these policies and legal frameworks are not established, then people may usually have the tendency of just spreading out any information whatsoever.
All right. So so how can people guard themselves, from falling victim or prey to misinformation and disinformation, of course, and all the other things as far as cybersecurity is concerned, fraudsters all over the place and all of that?
So
briefly,
with regards to for individuals, for example, we need to do fact checking.
Right.
So if you hear anything, so this year marks the year. This year, as part of the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we are addressing the issue of misinformation and disinformation, and the goal is, before you share it, think about it. Before you post it, think about it. And before you send it, think about it. So you don't
before you do anything with it, think about it.
You don't just get information and say, oh, they said it, then you start posting, sharing on your social media platform or something. So you need to do fact checking to ensure that whatever information is being communicated to you is true and is the true information.
Right.
So don't just sit up and do anything. So we need to have digital literacy in terms of, for example, the Ghana Journalists Association should be able to provide some form of measures in place in terms to support the media on what they need to do to make sure that what they communicate is actually the true information, because there are certain times that somebody can post anything and then somebody can just grab it and then also share without doing fact checking. So fact checking is very important, and also we can also launch a campaign against fake news that will also provide awareness to the general public that there's a campaign against fake news, and so therefore any information or any news you hear, you need to do fact checking before you can share it. So that is something that I believe we should do to protect ourselves against misinformation and disinformation and false information, so that we don't get ourselves into trouble.
All right. So I believe there's a collaboration between SmartThink and the Computer Science Department of UG. What's all of that about?
Okay.
Very briefly.
Because University of Ghana is a research institution,
yes,
and the Department of Computer Science are into the research of various fields of computer science, and cybersecurity is one of such field where we actually undertake research and then train people on, how to be able to become much more aware and go into the field of cybersecurity. And SmartThink, because it's a private hands-on, certification agency. So we decided to go on partnership with them, so our students can be able to get the hands-on, can be able to get opportunities to be able to study and then practice in the industry by way of being able to use the tools that we actually train them in class in the real life industry in practice. So that's the role that SmartThink actually came in to have that collaboration with us.
All right, and so let me give the final word to you from SmartThink.
Okay, thanks. So SmartThink is a cybersecurity training provider.
Yeah.
And in the States, UK, Canada, South Africa, we provide cybersecurity training. We've trained thousands of people who are working as cybersecurity professionals. So we are now in Ghana, and we are forming this partnership with the University of Ghana as an accredited institution, the premier university, to provide cybersecurity training in Ghana to break the skill gap of cybersecurity professionals. So it's an opportunity for everyone, and SmartThink is also offering scholarships to provide IT training to service personnel. So we are in conjunction, in discussion with them. We are starting with the regional, Greater Accra region, to start providing IT training to all service personnel, and we are starting this January.
Right.
So it's a good thing because it's going to enhance the skill set, the digital aspect of service personnel, so that they can get the soft skills that they need to enhance their career when they start working after they complete their service personnel. So that is something that's going to benefit the service personnel, and then we're going to also expand it to other parts of the country. This is the pilot project that we are starting.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us in the studio. And I believe it's been a great conversation. Let's fight against misinformation and disinformation and take cybersecurity seriously as well. Samson in Tiamwa, thank you very much for joining us. He's the CEO of SmartThink Global Technology. And Dr. Edward Danso Ansong is head of cybersecurity unit, Department of Computer Science at the University of Ghana. I will wrap this one up here, but I told you earlier that I will be taking you to the Okaikwe North constituency to bring you today's edition of Voter Connect. And my colleague Lily Mohammed is standing by in the constituency ready. Lily, what's happening over there?
Hi Lantam, good morning to you and good morning to our viewers. We're coming to you live from Niboy town, particularly the La Paz and Sawam Lorry station. This is a home to the Okaikwe North constituency. This constituency has a voter population of about 82,000 provisionally, according to the Electoral Commission. Up until the year 2020, this was predominantly an NPP seat. Will the NDC hold on to its clause onto the reins of this constituency, or the NPP will seek to go back to history? That is what we seek to find out here on Voters Connect. You're welcome. My name once again is Lily Mohammed. Ezu? Well, you can hear the chants from the NDC. Unfortunately, we do not have representatives from the NPP yet. Pretty shortly, we hear they will be joining us. And then representatives also from the Convention People's Party, who the candidate contested with the current MP in the 2020 polls. What will be the dynamics? What will influence voters in this 2024 elections? Now, there are a number of challenges in this constituency, particularly drainage, unemployment, poor public toilet facilities and road network. Will that influence voters to vote against the NP? Mind you, MPs are not development agents. They are quasi-development agents. So what at all will influence these voters to vote for their MP come December 7 in some 44 days? Ibrahim Alassan joins me in the studio. Ibrahim, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this is our makeshift studio, by the way.
Yes. And we're coming to you live from the Okankwe North constituency.
Absolutely.
As you have mentioned, this is a very interesting constituency in 2020. And of course, when we come to the presidential, Nana Akufo-Addo actually won 0.5 of a percentage.
That's about 236 votes.
Yes. And of course, we had 49%. John Dramani Mahama had equally 49%. When it came to the parliamentary, that was where there was a dynamic power shift. So for the first time, the NDC won this constituency with 50.07%, going the way of Honorable Teresa Awuni, the incumbent member of parliament for this particular constituency. Hussein Issa, who was the incumbent then, lost with a little over 47%. And of course, Ibrahim Futa, who contested, who is still in the race representing the CPP, got a little over 1% vote. And so the dynamics quite interesting. The candidate this time around for the NPP is not Hussein Issa.
Exactly.
He was not second time lucky when he knocked on the doors of the delegate of his party once again. He lost to Nana Ama Dokuya. Who is the current MP for Akuapem North and the current deputy trade minister. She moved from up the hills and then came here, and she's now the parliamentary candidate for the MPP in this particular constituency. We are going to find out as whether they will avail themselves for this engagement. But of course, like you said, the community is ready, the voters are ready, and then the supporters of the NDC equally ready here.
So pretty shortly, we'll be joined by the Member of Parliament, who is the NDCPC for the area, Theresa Ladi Awene. You heard that? They say Dada Noah. These are chants by the NDC representatives here. Whether or not the NPP representatives will join us shortly, we may find out. But let me go on to some of the representatives here and find out what really will influence their choice of votes come December 7.
Yeah.
Do we have a microphone for them?
Yes, we have a microphone here. So whoever wants to speak,
if you want to speak, kindly walk up to my microphone here. Tell me your name. Which area. Now, mind you, this constituency is home to Niboy town that we are, Akweteman, some parts of La Paz, some parts of New Achimota, some parts of Kisemang, some parts of Christian Village as well. So you see, as a cosmopolitan constituency, a number of people from all walks of life live in this particular constituency. Good morning to you. Your name and which area are you coming from?
Electoral area.
Okay. What tell me something about this constituency. What has influenced you to, I see you're in the NDC colors, what has influenced you to vote for the NDC?
What will influence me to vote for NDC is this seat has been 24 years for the MPP. Yes, for the MPP, if you see the community, even borehole we don't have. Our roads are poor. Everything is poor in this area. For the past 3 years, 10 months now, our MP Teresa Ladi Awini has been able to give us boreholes. If you go
where are these boreholes located?
Boreholes, Achimota Hospital. Abofi area and Akwetema area and Niboyma area.
Okay.
Yeah. And secondly to this if you go to Achimota Hospital, she donated 52 beds over there for us.
Okay.
So this will influence me to vote again for Teresa Ladi Awuni Obana.
Okay. So that's Fati's sentiment. She says the MP has constructed some boreholes and then giving some medical supplies to the hospitals, and so that will influence her to vote. I have cited the member of parliament for the area. She is the NDCPC for the area, Theresa Lade Awede. This will be the second time that she is contesting to retain her seat as the member of parliament for the Okaikwe North constituency. Are these what will influence the polls come December 7? Are these chants going to reflect on the ballots come December 7? I have been joined in our makeshift studio here at Niboy Town, the La Paz and Sam Lorry station, by the member of parliament for the Okaikwe North constituency. She is the NDC parliamentary candidate as well. Good morning, madam. How are you?
Good morning.
I trust you're doing well.
I'm good, are you?
I'm doing very, very,
very beautiful.
Thank you. And you look good as well.
Thank you. Welcome to my conference.
Thank you. How is campaign going? This is your second time running.
Well, so far so good. We are selling our story. We are. First and foremost, let me say hello to your viewers and my constituents at large. Thank you all for the love and support. I know by the special grace of God, we shall cross this battle again. My constituency is okay. So far, so good. Campaign is going on well. We are telling the people what we can do. I, for one, since coming to Okaikwe North as the member of parliament, I don't make promises. Nobody can stand anywhere and say you made this promise in 2020, you have not delivered. I believe in delivering instead of rhetoric. So my people love me and I love them too. And I'm selling my message.
You say you believe in delivering and you have delivered. What have you delivered to the people of Okaikwe North?
Well, the MPP has taken the seat for 24 years before I came in. And for the past 24 years, I would say that no single member of parliament from the MPP side has ever represented us in parliament before.
How so?
The people here vote us into parliament to be their voice. The people here vote us to go and advocate for them in parliament. Everyone here cannot be in parliament. That is why they choose one person to go and represent them. And I have been that representative in parliament first and foremost. I have tabled our concerns, I've tabled our issues. If you go to the Hansard, you will find out the number of questions I have filed. I have challenged the road minister, the housing minister. I have brought them to the floor of parliament to answer critical questions that have yielded results on the grounds. For instance, the Chimota Jerusalem Road. When I came in as a member of parliament in 2021, I realized that that place was given out for contract. I heard some people saying, but your government is not in power. How can you say you did the roads? Yes, my government is not in power, but I advocated for it. I realized that we were being denied. This is a contract that has been given to somebody and the person is not coming to site. I pushed, I followed, I asked parliamentary questions, and that road has been done today. And so if you say I cannot take credit for it, I don't know what you are talking about. I brought Asensu to the floor of parliament because I realized that GHOne project, the World Bank project, has been awarded for a very long time. Money is paid, but nothing is happening on the ground. I filed parliamentary questions. Asensu came to the floor of parliament, and you can go again. Your parliamentary correspondent can get the Hansard and prove me wrong if I'm not saying the truth. Asensu came to the floor of parliament.
Well, I am reliably informed that that's true.
Yes. So Asensu came to the floor of parliament, answered questions, gave us timelines. Indeed, he came to Aloboshi. I cut the sword with him for GHOne project to begin in Okaikwe North. I'm told some people are going around saying that GHOne is their project. So
on the GHOne project, there were reports that you voted against it. Is that the case?
Yes, I voted the second time against the loan, not the project. I advocated for that project. Mind you, that project is not MPP money. It's World Bank project. And so we are asking that if you want more money, come and account for the monies paid so far. We want to know how much has gone into what has. And I don't think it is too much for us to ask this question. In any case, it was passed. And so it's not that, how can I go to Parliament, advocate for a project and say I don't want it? And so you see, when you have opponents who don't have message, you have opponents who cannot sell themselves, they rely on cheap propaganda. But I will move on to also tell you what I've done in the constituency. I have done several of our road reshaping at Chimota College. If you go to that Chimota College today, we have Link Road, we have Signal Road. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in a Christian village. I've done that. Chimota Hospital is the only government hospital that we have in GHOne office. So if you don't have money to go to private hospital, it is the government hospital you need to rely on. And since the inception of that hospital, I am not afraid to sit on your media to say that all the 24 years of the MPP in GHOne, none of them have added a single hospital bed to Achimota Hospital. This is what I use my common fund for. I have given Achimota Hospital 52 hospital beds. And I am also preparing. Recently I'll be going there, and I will say it. If my opponents want, they should go and deliver. After all, it will benefit my people. Achimota Hospital need delivery beds. And I'm preparing to go and give them. They have only one delivery bed in the whole of Achimota Hospital. Are you not surprised?
That is quite surprising for such a constituency.
Achimota is serving not only GHOne North, Domi Kwabenya and its surrounding. Achimota Hospital is serving all those communities. And apart from that, you know, Galamsey has really destroyed our water bodies. People will say that we don't do Galamsey in Greater Accra. Yes. But you and I know that the effect of Galamsey has affected our water. Today, you enter any of these houses here, open the tap, and the kind of water that comes out will marvel you. Sometimes you don't even get the water at all. As a member of Parliament, I care about my people. Every week, I rent this tanker.
Water tanker.
They go around to supply. But it's not sustainable, but it's very expensive. How much is my salary as a member of Parliament? You can check. Everybody can Google. Sometimes I say it and people say, oh, you don't have to be saying it. Look, we are serving our people not because of what we gain or what we get. But if you have the passion to do the work, you will do it regardless. I buy water in every community, and I want anybody here in this station to say that, no, they've never seen my water tanker going around sharing water. I said, no. Why don't I write?
You share for NDC folks.
The tanker will just come and pack, and everybody is coming out. How do you even? I'm voted for as their MP. I cannot sit on your set and tell you that it's only NDC members who voted for me. A lot of people voted for me, and I cannot point by face who voted and who didn't vote. In any case, as a member of Parliament, I have bridged that gap in GHOne that these people are NDC, these people are MPP. No. If you are an MPP person and you are even having a program in your house, if you don't invite me, I'll come. That is how I have changed the dynamics in this constituency. Before my 24 past year, look, let me tell you, I was born in this constituency.
Okay.
Maybe I should have told you that earlier. I was born here at the Chimota College. I'm the seventh born of my parents. My parents have 9 kids. We were all the 9 kids were born here at the Chimota College. I was born at the University of Ghana Hospital because my father was a University of Ghana staff. I schooled at Chimota Preparatory School, now at Chimota Basic 2. I went to Gimpa. And today I am here. I've been here all my life. And so I've seen the NPP, NDC thing. That if an NPP member is even having a wedding, an NDC member don't want to go. If NDC person is having, as if we are enemies. I took it upon myself that my first 4 years, I need to bridge that gap. We are not enemies. We go to the same churches. We go to the mosque. And when we are praying, we don't wear political colors. Why do we discriminate? Or why do we want people to see our difference when we are out here?
Okay.
So this is what I have bridged. This is what I have bridged, and I've made sure that you don't see. So the water I share is not for my party members. It's for everybody. And I work closely with all the assembly members. Look, I have 4 NDC assembly members, 2 NPP assembly members. I want any of the 2 NPP assembly members to come here and tell me that they have never benefited anything from me. Sometimes Christmas, when I'm sharing rice for my people, I have given to the NPP assembly members. Why? I know they are not my party members. But after politics, you need to serve your community. Right. That is what I believe in. I have dug boreholes because of Galamsey. Because of Galamsey's effect on our water bodies. I said, no, my people cannot suffer. We cannot sit in Accra and drink unhealthy water. Okay. What can I do for the meantime? I started digging boreholes. And it's not that.
How many so far?
I have one at Akwetima, one at. Can you imagine the whole of Achimota College? That's where I was born. Achimota College is Achimota school area, and you don't even want to believe that around that area there's problem with water. I've done one at Achimota College. I've done one at Aloboshi, and one is currently ongoing. No, it's done completely, but I've not just commissioned it at Achimota, and I'll be moving to every community. And when I say I've dug boreholes, it's not like digging the ground and leaving it there. No, please, you can Google www.stillobana.com. Okay, and you would have all these things in pictures. You would have all these things. And those whose phones are ready, you can open them because I want to show proof here. Okay. That people are fetching the water, people are giving testimony. This is what I've done. This is a member of parliament whose government is not in power. Every year when kids are going to write BEC, I go to share word of prayer with them. I go to share mass sets and pens and pencils with them. And most especially the encouragement, because students are normally afraid to go and write or the BEC and the rest. So I give them all this encouragement and they go on. Look, I can go on and on and on and on. There are so many things.
One of the critical issues that your constituents talk about is employment. What is your vision to tackling unemployment in this constituency?
Well, I have even started. Okay. I have started because apart from my educational background and all that I have said, it will interest you to know that I'm a professional cosmetologist. Okay. Yes. And so I believe in skill training. I have taken a lot of the youth through skill training. And so lucky, my government, my incoming president, also have a plan for skill training and apprenticeship, and so I have trained the youth in CCTV camera CCTV installation. Okay. I have taken some to GH Media, and you can show proof now. You can call the school, and I have over 92 students. Then some have graduated. They are doing camera. Some are doing cosmetology. Some are doing makeup. Some are doing journalism. Others are also doing dressmaking and the rest. And so, for the meantime, this is what I'm doing. And my doors are still open. Okay. Even before my government comes to power, I am still saying, if you are here and you want to learn any trade, if you are here and you want to impact on your life, I don't believe in all of us sitting and waiting for white collar jobs. It's not everybody that is educated. There are things that you know you can do. Please approach your MP and it will be as good as done. Okay. So you've had the Member of Parliament for Kaikui North, Theresa Ladiawene. I've been joined currently by the CPP parliamentary candidate, Abdul Hamid Ibrahim Futa.
Is it on? Okay, it's on. Yeah, Abdul Hamid Ibrahim Futa.
Yeah. So he is contesting on the ticket of the Convention People's Party. There are some constituents of the current parliamentary candidate who wants to ask her questions and ask her what really she wants to do for them if they give her another mandate come December 7, 2024. But before I go to them, Madam Theresa, I don't know if you've seen the performance assessment the Greater Accra done by the Greater Accra Coordinating Council. You share boundary with Ayawaso West Wogon. It is one of the best performing districts aside Lankwantan. How does that make you feel as an MP?
Well, it's encouraging to see that, and sometimes we also need to check the indices that went into that. what are some of the things? I have really not seen it. I've not paid attention to it. But we need to also look at what informed or what are the things that we looked out for that. It is encouraging. I will say that it will encourage me to do better. And as MP in opposition, I would have thought that those who are rating will look at that aspect. Okay. You don't just look at people in government to make your assessment or parties in government. You also look at MPs in opposition and you assess from that perspective. That is where you can really get who is making impact in their constituency or not. But I assure my constituency that I will do more.
Madina, he's also on your side.
Yes, I'm saying he's doing very well. He's doing very well, and I'm saying it's encouraging all of us to be able to put in our best and then deliver to our constituency.
Okay, let me quickly engage Ibrahim Futa here, and then those of you on this side that want to ask your MP questions, and then the parliamentary candidates as well for the CPP, then you can go ahead. Ibrahim, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing very well myself. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
This is the second time that you're contesting to become MP for this area. In the last election in 2020, you made a little inroad. Do you think that this year you are going to make significant inroads to make you the Member of Parliament for Kankwe North?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for giving us the invitation. Nice meeting you in person. I've been watching you, and then a very good morning to Honorable Ma Teresa. I mean, an amazing woman I've known. We contested. We met 4 years ago. We were fighting for these seats, and then she did something pretty amazing. What she did was to break the boundaries. That made me realize that if Teresa can do, I can also do.
Okay.
And she's a woman of substance. She's a mother. So this is something that my mom has always been talking about, the respect for women. I was raised by a single mother. A single mother, raised me. So the great respect I have for women is so high. I considered 2020. I didn't feel disappointed. I came stronger than before. And then I feel like this is where I come from. I was born in Akoti man, but that alone doesn't exempt us. All the people starting here, you have a representative here. My grandfather is Alaji King Blackie. Those of you who know him from Yamiche, that's my grandfather. So meaning that I'm here representing the people of La Paz. So one leg in La Paz, one leg in Akoti man.
Right.
I want everybody to look up to something. The UK was able to elect somebody 21, 22, 24 for parliamentary. So we can also do that as Africans and Ghanaians. I made an effort to climb there. It wasn't successful. And I'm fighting tirelessly, using my strategic development to push that agenda.
What is your strategic development agenda?
It's vast.
Okay.
I depend on my foundation. I got a whole foundation for some of my projects. Some that I can do personally. You know how extravagant things are. Very expensive things are. And you can't be extravagant now. You can't give. You can't, because of how the system is now. We got disappointed by a government, that is the MPP government, and I feel like we should go back to our roots, the CPP. The CPP started with market women. Our mothers are doing so well to put her in schools, any trade, anything possible for their children to be successful in life. By the end of the day, they don't have the capital to do the job.
Right.
Some people wish to have the money with interest free, but the interest keeps rising as if there's problem. And then if you do for one person, you don't do for another, you'll be criticized for that. And it's very, very tough. We've tried, but you can't cover up such a thing. I believe that when I'm being elected as a member of parliament, I can collaborate with microfinances, some loan, institutes, let me put it that way, to help our traders across Okankwe North, La Paz inclusive, Niboy, Akotima, Chimota, Kisima, Nungbele, all these environments. We can give our mothers some loans. Number two, our education system is something that we talk about a lot, but we don't respect it. Go to some of the public schools, they don't look attractive. It's not about getting only teachers, but we need to renovate our schools. Students or young students who feel proud of their schools, point at their school that is my school. But when they point at their school, the school doesn't look attractive. How are we taking this? Let's compare some of these public schools we have around with secondary schools. Secondary schools are always neat, and students are moving from one school to another school. So the progress should be a progress that is going on, but not circulated at a particular part of education.
GHOne OV van has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rollis' state funeral, Emmys Africa Awards, and a number of them.
My experience with the GHOne van has been the state of the art equipment they have. Personal experience is you can use it for both indoor and outdoor, all events, conferencing, like anything you need a van to work for you, GHOne provides it.
My experience with the van has been very good. Why? Because it has a number of facilities that I may not get in other vans. You know, the van has a very wide bench that can accommodate all my technical crew, ICCU, switcher, graphics, CG, and all of that. And then it also has a studio, a green room studio that comes with TriCaster. So if you want somebody to do commentary on a live event, you can put that presenter who's in that studio as well and get that running.
To give an experience to our audience, we're also watching on TVs and online. Work with an Exo technology system, which makes your video mixing with Panasonic cameras, like a lot of other stuff in terms of content you need to get also for your live broadcasts.
I prefer the GHOne van to a lot of other vans I've used, or even doing my own setup on a tabletop setup. Because on a production, you see a number of people in the van. And so if you have a very small van, it means that it's going to be choked, and that will affect the creativity as well. The price has been discounted as well to accommodate varied budgets. And so no matter the budget you have, I understand you can have the truck and do business with it.
It looks huge, but very affordable. Cost is really, really affordable. My experience with it, EMI Awards last year, super excellent. Try it, call them, and I'm going to give you the best of price. Really affordable.
And he can attest to the fact that I never made any promises to them. I rather listened to them, I listened to their problems, and I assured them that when given the nod and my government in power, whatever I can do within my means to make it work, I would. One of their challenges were bad roads. And I've mentioned that when I came, I have tried my best to get some of the roads done. In fact, even Nii Boima here, I have done reshaping of roads. And the assembly member, if he's around, he'll be able to mention the particular location that I've done. We have pictures of it on our phones that we can show it right there. I've done reshaping of roads. And I'm sure that when you have good roads and you are driving on, you buy less spare parts, because today spare parts are very expensive. But then I am open to every suggestion. I am open to whatever you think that I can do as a member of parliament to support your work. I am prepared to do it.
Okay. I don't know if she answered the question, if they are satisfied, but I have another gentleman. Hello, good morning. Your name?
My name is Abubakar Yusuf.
Okay, Abubakar Yusuf.
Yeah. Pacho, I would like to speak to you.
Me Pacho Twaso.
Yeah. Pacho, mama, there was say when you tell mama yeso. Na my problem kakra wa kote ma ha me ba me hu ne say. I'm say within 4 years nyame ya adom waba. Woni e be kai say me bra na e kasa ya. But ade kakra ha me e wa kote ha me hu your security. Your security. Bra be to abe any bra wo ba ye. I'm say titu say na driver wa ba ha yi. Your problem your drivers, your security e wo form. And I'm a fishbone. Nancy, never be kukoso, but we are mammy, the Obata, the Ujinina, till you are Batan, your susro. Said then, I owe ya my and ya, what your secretism, Titru Akotema.
Yes,
your bambo.
Okay, so you may want to answer that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have done better than in the past, because before. You hear snatching of bags here, snatching of women who get up.
Kindly hold on for me. Hello. Me pacho mo beye how do I put it? You. Mo beye kom kakra man se ne beya ye ma me kasa mo betie na mo nso mo asem bi se bia mo wo no na mo atimi ebusa no. Okay, go ahead.
And so it's better now. We can improve on it, because I can say that the Achimota and Tesano Command are doing very well. As we are here, you have seen that.
Yes, we have started some police personnel here.
Police personnel are around, and because of theft and other things, I have ensured that every community we have street lights. All the street lights around here, if I'm not mistaken, I, through the assemblyman, did them, and I'm lightening every corner in Okankwe North. And so be rest assured that you are right on that, and we will improve on it and ensure that we are safe in Okankwe North. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Yes. Hi. Good morning, gentlemen. Your name?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your friend Alaji Moru. Your friend Alaji Moru.
Okay, Alaji Moru.
Ahayana yawu yen. Since I yawu over 30 years. Yeah, and you obiante na me ba ha sei. Na mpese me hu mama na your friend Doku ano. Na mpese me hu no. Deportee no because yen nim no. Aha sei na yawu yen. Aha na yenyi yen. Yen nim no. Yen nim no. Na okai ko enough mun kan kire no so hwa. Mun kan kire no. Yen ton. Okai ko enough yen ton. Na sa adwin yen nya ne ntie. Sa adwin na wa na adwin say. Ogwa fast from Langard bi aba during election no ye twen omu so omu se omu ye mbema ye twen omu mu ka kire no aha say tem bia ye election e peace ba onu ofri baby no ba on ti kran on ti twi ni kron kata kura po this man so odi to kwa e ba say ye ready because you nim no eti krofo na wa na ji say okwa from wa retirement dan ama omu wo ngua no ye twen omu. It is almost yeah, come. Yen nim. It you order to acquire about say yen, and to quote do a Hondabia. It is
Alaji Moro, please come back. Please come back. With the greatest of respect, please retract your last statement. Sir, please retract it.
Withdrawn, but.
No, but. Alaji Moro, no but. With the greatest of respect, no but. No No buts. Medase. I'm sure that was not a question. That was a comment we wanted to pass.
I would like to.
Okay.
I would like to plead. I would like to plead with every member of Okainkwe North. We have run peaceful elections in this constituency for all this while. I would like to plead with everyone to be calm. I trust in the security services. But that is not to say that when you are here and somebody is coming to your house to harm you, you will not protect yourself.
Okay.
I will plead that we cannot pay violence with violence. We beg everybody to be calm. We know by the special grace of God, we'll have a peaceful elections, and whoever God prefers to pick this seat will win.
Okay. I have more questions coming in. Hello.
I would like to make a comment.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ma Teresa, 4 years ago, it's true, we all had a very successful and peaceful election, and we loved ourselves. I know Ma Teresa, when she came, she built bridges for the division that happened in Okainkwe. I can feel it, because one thing about her is that anytime she needs some recording, she comes to my brother, One Boy Production. She makes some recording there, so she kept that relationship. Okay, I'm a teacher. I've been teaching for 9 years. Okay, I've taught from 2015 to 2021. I got myself into a secondary school. I teach at Mampong Equiapim Senior High School for the deaf.
Okay.
So it was a coincidence. Okay.
Please continue.
So sometimes if you don't see me around, that's where I am. I teach in the secondary school. When it's vacation, I'm home. And I'm also doing my MPhil at the same time, so I'm combining the teaching and the schooling. My point is that I moved to a place. When I went there, I was with the boys. I live at Tutu, but my work is at Mampong. There's no corner in Equiapim. There's no corner me. I don't know. I've been there for 3 years. So it's a coincidence that when I went there, she came here.
Okay.
And I want to prove a point. Okay. The point I want to prove is that, you know, boys, we have disagreements. So how they disagree? I'm the only person from Accra, and they are all Equiapims. And somebody said to me that we can free her. I felt down. I felt disrespected, and I felt that I don't belong there. But that shouldn't be a place or the kind of place we are creating for ourselves.
Okay.
If MPP has been in power since 96, in 2020, Honorable Ma Teresa knocked the MPP down and she came to power. Her goodwill and her work will judge her.
Okay.
I don't want so when I realized that the same thing happening here. The only case I could make is that Ikuna anno Allah. She Allah ko to. Amma, we shouldn't tear people. Sideline people. Okay? And I'm being real. Your political demographic from 2024 will continue to have a chaotic election. People died in 2020. You might not feel affected because it's not from your family or it's somebody you know.
Right.
Let us create peace from this live program that we have. Any program that we have in the future where every party color is present. Let's learn tolerance.
Okay.
This is 2 women who are contesting. I was raised by a single mother, and I know these 2 women have children who are proud of their mothers.
Yeah.
I never know. I'm making a point. I have never ever had disrespect for Obana or any political aspirant. Do you know why? Because I'm not MP. But if you are MP, you take critics. it's up to you to embrace them. But when we are talking about where people are coming from or something, let's learn about the adjustments, and our aggression should be minimal. Men should not attack women, or else it will be done in the bedroom. Thank you.
Okay. Teresa, how does that feel for your contender to talk this much about you?
Well, like he rightly said, I don't believe that politics is enough to
divide us.
To divide us.
Okay.
I think it's context of ideas. Look, his mother is my big sister.
Okay.
And I can tell you, the mother doesn't joke with me. Whenever I have programs, his mother will carry water. When my mother died, you should come and see the kind of items her mother carried to my mother's funeral. And so if I went into that elections, maligning this gentleman, insulting him, saying all sort of things, do you know what that would have left after the elections? I believe in context of ideas. I believe to tell my story.
Okay.
I believe to sell myself. I'm a product. I believe in selling myself to my constituents.
Okay.
You see, people are like this. My son will tell you that 2020 it wasn't like this. People are like this because we witnessed unfortunate incidents during our registration, where our political opponents brought so many land guards to the registration center, and they started beating people up. If not for the police, they would have retaliated, and so many things would have happened. And so they are picking intelligence, they are picking story. We are only saying that if these things are true, put a stop to them.
Okay.
Because nobody will sit in their house and expect you to come and harm them and go away. For these elections, we are going to run it peacefully, and it's going to be transparent. But then we will not, and I said we will not succumb to any pressure to twist the results, or to turn the results around. We are going into these elections well prepared. That's all I can say.
Okay.
We are going to this election very well prepared.
So the NDC parliamentary candidate says they are going into this election well prepared. Let's hear from, let's get more comments from electorates. Yes, sir.
Hello, madam. Hello.
Me pacho, ma papa ne kasa mame.
Zu. Pacho, me question. About 2020. Your call election.
Okay.
Coalition center. Manipulate. Me jina hobby. Me nya abofra. Yawa no box biaba. Me kai. Me pese me hu deben. Jina ye ena ye MP. Yawa su. Sana ye the new boxes biaba. Boxes no be room dada the same boxes. Na ka omudu ko inside. Nyampata nyame buaye ena ye nya asa box no mani gani omo pipe box no uhu afuseni enya tro me kan tro epiti akwese manyina serious matter I'm telling you one sa box na nyame buaye
edamase
ada Roma ya yi sa box no ya nya obi a ye fra no dai Obana. Let us say the whole of the years now, there be a CMPP are winning wahano. Nanyama ena esha nsumuasi amudidi. Inti Honorable Teresa Wuni mi pacho mwaye ben ena waye udibe buaya kwankwe nof na eda konkam. Mi question you now no.
Okay, so he wants to know what the MP will do to retain the seats, for want of a better expression.
Well, I think his question is about security. Because in 2020 elections at our collation center, some foreign boxes were being brought to the collation center. And so some of the youth were very vigilant. They followed the boxes. Because I entered the collation center early after the polls, And this is my constituency, and I know what time every box can get from each center, because the collation center was at Immaculate, and looking at even Pentecost Salem, carrying a box from Pentecost Salem to Immaculate should not take you 20-30 minutes. And so I was in there and I was corresponding with them outside, and so they asked me, do you have this box in there? I said yes, this area is here, this area is here, this area. And so around 8-9 you realize that the boxes we had in there were outside again. People were carrying the same label. Then I said no. They called. I said no. We have an umbrella here. They say I said we have it here. The Omenshi police station. We checked with the EC because the EC were there. It is there. So where are those foreign boxes coming from? So the youth got angry and they crashed all those boxes. And indeed, all the ballot papers in those boxes, you realize that they thumb printed with the ink got finished. They had to use, the stamp pad, the one they used to stamp behind the paper is pink. They had to use that to thumb print. And in all those boxes, no single person voted for me. No single person voted for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It was just one way. And so this is what he's asking. What will I do to prevent it? I want to assure you that the same method we used the last time, we have improved upon it. And it is not up to me to say here how we are going to ensure that foreign boxes don't come in. I would only like to plead with the Electoral Commission and the security service, because those boxes were guided by police officers onto the place. We are begging you. Ghana is the only country we have. Look, let's go out there and sell our message. Let's go out there and tell the people what we can do. I am saying that, look, vote for me and vote for John Dramani Mahama, because his 24-hour economy policy will impact on my constituents. Others have left their constituency and they are sharing salt, pepper, and Maggi in Okaikwe North. It is up to you to choose what you want. Let's go into this election and vote peacefully. I know Ishama Allah, by the special grace of God, these elections will be declared. I will win, and John Dramani Mahama will win this election. And so I beg you, there is no fight, there is no nothing. Please just be calm. And like I have told you, I'll continue to say that prepare for these elections. These elections, prepare for it. We will win this election by the grace of God.
Okay. Let me take more questions. I see somebody from the CPP wanting to ask a question. But I'll entreat all of us to be calm. We have some more time. Any questions that you have, please come forward, especially those of you who live in this constituency, not necessarily party colored. Okay. Madam, good morning. Your name?
Elizabeth Yampoma.
Now she CPP shirts now. Okay. Okay.
Would akwete my dear be whom ya Obama mame. Me pese me bisa ye mame. Say obi adudi penina wonya 10 years ekora why penina we ye mame. Me pese me bisa se. Ada na se to abama wo mo a. Na se omudi akonwa na. Wontimi nhia ebia why announcement bi akwete ma ha La Paz. Me pese mu nhia me wo school mu ha. Na ne eha ekuro no. Wo bia ankyere na adwene na me hu ne ametimi e de aboa. Ye hunu bi sa makokro bi so ehunu se ye wo hwa na ye announcement se ona boba ye nhia no school ena obi sa o manfo ne se e de ne ha se first school sem ana se bi ekono gata ne niema bi a e ha o mo no no nso hu ne a obetimi de na ho oden aye me ba akwete mama to aba mienu nto ya miensa mi hunu bi sa ada mi krom na MPSC mo say mensa ene free ye yi ni free so e de ene education minister ne bai ehwo kran so me kwa me ma me ka kire me say wo cheda frɛ wo mo ebisa niema a ɛha wo mo na obo otimi bɛka sɛ obo okra sɛbe ne ba kra yɛ yarefo wontimi nya ne ba no ho enkoyɛ adwuma enti wona bo bɛyɛ ne dɛn no ama ne kakra won fan hye dwase no benya bi di ato aduane ama akola no adi no nso enya bi adie sɛ ne ba bi wo ho kra na wontimi hye dwane sɛ ne akora ne sɛbe onko fa ne nsa akokeka nkrofo enema me ba ha me hu bi saada timpese ye mi say maame say aden no nso no onye saa me esu ehu sesei ena ono nso ye de aboa o ma no me damas.
Okay. You thank you very much. As well. Yes. Okay. Me da wasi bebre. Me pacho or care about MP meeting the community and o mention akwete to be precise. My year more than 4 and I'm sure say me on see me pamacho Kelewele house and I'm yes I engagement who akwete man na wa babia me pacho ma onsa so. Kelewele house. Okay. I've done that engagement. And Immaculate School so school be obia ni Immaculate School. Mashia omwa sebi omwa did them omuma did them parents
persons living with disability
and their parents.
Okay.
Me pamacho bebre mashia omu near wuke dia my but maybe me say I'm not trumpeting my achievements enough. Right. Because even this I have not put it on my achievements website. I think said there are some of the things you cannot say them out. For instance, a disability, somebody living with a disability. You are broadcasting for the whole world to know. Say, but maybe going forward, I need to bring it to the open for everybody to see. But who call Akwetema Immaculate, my chairman, and I brought them all over from the constituency, and the assembly members I collaborate with them. Majority of them are here and they'll be able to testify. If we need to show proof of names and homes of the people we have touched, we will be able to do it right here and now. Esani say my school fees. And no there bebre yentiminka bebre yentiminka. Going forward, maybe Mo say ebinum omutu akwala mienu school fees ano muni o matcha pictures. The betuatua school fees juma said you vote for us to represent you. I am serving you. I am not lording over you. And so I don't see why everything, almost everything.
Mr. Minchawano, school fees to Anya was said here.
And you said here, say, me me common fund a year. Okay. Me school they mean to me fund to ya and say Nanado say free SHS, but I will forward how many say there is nothing like free SHS. But I dare meet me fund to ya and collect of Fifi, and know they do it out on my own. But Sawuba University, sir, a majority of the students in Okankwe North, I use my common fund to pay their fees because we have brilliant and needy students. Okay. I dare anyone who wants that to go to the assembly and collect a list of the students. I don't even know them. Me wahuana or mabeja wa me desk. So when I look at it and I'm supposed to support, I support. I don't look at your political colors. Okay. And I can tell you majority of those are paid fees from where they are coming from. Majority of them are MPP members. But they are also Ghanaians and they are also members of my constituents. And you know, I do so many things. Main trumpet. And yeah, ni say obi bejina obi beboja no wache mu boto ba kuna wache akoko funu no wache. Look, we need people who can teach us how to fish. It is not about giving people fish. As a member of parliament, say me call parliament, Majina Menaso. Are there any MPP member or any of their past MPs? Me say I am the only member of parliament from Okankwe Nofa. Mako Jina parliament, edimu problems ako. And he said, Musa mutu abama miya. Mi wochidie wa reshe muse. Mi president diye. Ejumara John Dramani Mahama badie oba. Ghana for Jeanette Tumwewie. Akase mobile overwhelming majority. Na ejumanu yatimi ababe. Han parliament amodi ma amwaye. Enra se muda sorry amuti say dom kuma no minority in parliament or ma work it out. Even though they are in government, they are supposed to support government business in parliament. No, they were nowhere to be found. Right. Eti meswe say mundumu ye epamacho bebre. To me we muna mudi mame me pamacho mundumu ye na munsan fa yenko. Ye de ye ni sika ye de beba beche ebroni akoko anyway. Esa ni sese enne uye ejuma na wejuma koswa and your politician beba beton chinyama o we ejuma na se bibiba obotoma and your politician beba beton emuama o and na me to akoko ma o sesi a ye di wie na me to abawi a meba be cha akoko bioma na.
Okay, so that's Theresa Ladia winning. Okay, mind you, we sent out invitations to the New Patriotic Party as well. Unfortunately, they did not turn up. And so we have the rep from the NDC and then that of the Convention People's Party, Abdul Hamid. And the assembly members, I understand, who are equally around. Abdul Hamid Ibrahim Futa.
I have so many questions to ask. If I can elaborate them, I'll start.
Go ahead.
Ma Teresa, you said you call for people to come. We have Akutema 4, but none of my party members have ever benefited. None of my party members have ever benefited. And with the election that happened in 2020, I thought maybe you would change the demography. Being a mother, a new mother, because we've had a woman who held the constituency. So I thought being a new mother for us, you are going to change. There are things that are going to be changed. Because I thought that you are going to unify all of us so that when a woman benefits, it doesn't come from only the NDC. We have other women who are chasing the NDC women for money because they are suffering. So if the benefits, I don't know, Obuko Bunsuya, na pipe pai no Obuko Bunsuya. One day who be a Bunsuya one bucket da. Or Koko Bua, or Kofie Kofa bucket ba. Now sometimes or man the Busia for dinner Chico Bunsuya ni be. So that's what I thought. Being a mother, it shouldn't be politically colored. That only the NDC, because I'm not a representative of any party but the CPP. I have people who voted. Secondly, about the schools that you are talking about, I want to be a beneficiary since I'm from Okankwe North. I have 1 year to finish my MPhil, University of Ghana. I want to do an MBA to attach to my MPhil, that is business analysis. If you can fund that, because if you are paying, I want to benefit so that in 2028, whether I'm MP or you are the MP, I can publicly say that I benefited from the school thing you are talking about.
Okay. Are you done?
The last question. My last question, Ma, is from today. My question is, can you or you can't? I wish there's something missing in our schools, as I'm saying. Can we renovate the schools around the district? And I know your power as MP, there are some obligations that are not your obligations. So how do you feel? How do you work with the MC and the DC and putting them accountable? Sometimes the MC and the DC don't do what you want, but you don't have to keep quiet. You have the right to make a press conference about some of your things or achieve, or some of your visions that you want to collaborate with them that you couldn't achieve because they are not being voted for.
Okay.
But then they have huge responsibility in the constituency. So that's my question. How do you work with them and how productive are they with you together with your work? Thank you.
Okay. I'll come to you shortly, but let her answer these questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Futa. Please, once this program is over, submit your
details,
your fees and other things. Of course, we cannot absorb all. I need to put that on record. But whatever I can within my means, I will support. And not just you. If there are people in your party that you think that they are also going, they are of school going, or they are in the university, they need assistance. These are things I am doing, and I will continue to do them.
Okay,
you mentioned that your party people didn't benefit. Your initial statement, you said I have bridged that gap, but now you are saying something different. I have a borehole sitting right in the center of Akwetima. All those who go to fetch the water there, we don't know their political colors. It is open. From here, your media can drive through everything I have mentioned here. in fact, even though I have a committee meeting to attend right now, I would dedicate time, and you follow me to every single thing that I've mentioned I've done, for you to go and verify. These things are there, they are open for everybody. I forgot to mention that at Akwetema Market, at Chimota Market, Christian Village Market, Ni Boy Malapas Market here, I have brought loans for the market women, and they did not come to ask what political colors or which political party you belong to before giving it to you, because I realized that these women were suffering. Look, majority of the women in my constituency are traders, and they've taken loans. Today you go, this person is sick, you ask me BP akosro makobo busia bank loans meet. Look, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is bringing you the women's banking. It will come and solve all these problems that we are facing in Okai-Kweno. Today the dollar is skyrocketing, and traders in Okai-Kweno can no longer travel out to go and bring their used goods. I am telling you that Asumdwe Biba and so I would like to tell Mr. Futa that he should be rest assured that we'll continue to collaborate to make Okai-Kweno a better place. We have no place to go than this constituency, and so we are praying that we all come together and make Okai-Kweno a better place. Thank you.
Okay, so let me quickly engage the women's organizer for the Convention People's Party, Hajia Futa. Good morning once again to you. I see that there are a lot of concerns that you are voicing out because you have the microphone, you are not able to channel it out. Please, you have the microphone now. Why do you think the people of Okai-Kweno North should consider the CPP going into this major election?
Thank you so much, and good morning. Obatampa Teresa, Abdul Hamid Ibrahim, mother and son, election.
But why have you taken out the other candidates for the NPP? Why have you taken out the other candidate for the NPP?
Obatampa Dokua is a very good friend, but Obatampa Teresa is a sister, a junior sister.
Okay.
That is one. I think in politics we have a lot of things to learn. In politics is about people, how you relate with people. It's about your relationship and how you come close to people. Anytime, if there is a program, I think with Dokua, she will be happy to be here.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of things that may happen when she comes. You can contest any seat wherever you are, so far as you have been living in that place or you were born there, you can contest. Dokua has the right to contest here.
Okay.
She is not a deportee.
Okay.
That is the right. It's her right. She was born here, raised here. Honorable Teresa is born here, raised here. Abdul Hamid is born here, raised here. I am born here. This is my big brother who takes me to school every day. He is an organizer of Okai-Kweno. He has been holding my hand, takes me to school. Dokua is born and raised. Okay, even if she's not born here, when you live in a community more than 5 years, you live here.
Well, they are disputing that, but unfortunately, Dokua is not here.
I am making my point. Her father have a building here.
Okay.
If she's not born here and she have a vote here, she have rights. If she's not born here and she have a vote here, she have rights. That is one. But today we are talking about Okai-Kweno. Everybody will be judged by his work. Everybody will be judged by his work. If Teresa have done a lot of job, she doesn't even need campaign. If Teresa have done the right thing, she doesn't need campaign. She is going to pick it and down. I'm telling everybody the truth. Truth is one. Whatever I meet my God is what I'll tell my God. But I tell Okainkwe North and Ghanaians, it's better we kick these two parties out and bring any other political party. I will not say CPP. I will not say it. But all these two parties must be kicked out. They must be kicked out. They must be kicked out. House and Kotoko must be kicked out. House and Kotoko must be kicked out. We are tired. We are tired. Dukadaya, we are tired of Dukadaya.
Okay.
We are tired of Dukadaya. We need a change. We are tired. We are tired. Dukadaya, we are tired.
Okay.
We are tired. Ghana is tired.
Okay.
The youth are tired.
Okay. So you can hear chants cheers here at the La Paz Niboyman, where we are coming to you with Voters Connect. There's a lot of cheers here. Okay. So the challenge is that they will retain the NDC parliamentary candidates for the 2024 general elections. Okay. Yedamase. Ezu. Okay. Thank you very much, Hajia.
Ghana must change their way of voting and change Ghana. Problems of Ghana is Ghanaians.
Okay.
Ghanaians will be free when they change their way of voting.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's Hajia Futa. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yedamase. When people saw number kasa. Okay. This obviously was to be expected. We are here on Voters Connect, and the candidate is here. The candidate for the CPP as well is also here. The member of parliament would like to address her people. I see that you're excited, and we like your excitement. But please listen to us and listen to your MP as well. Thank you very much.
Please. Still. Thank you very much. I think that is the statement my big sister made that sparked all this controversy here. You see, there is nothing.
Please, can we please
there
listen
is nothing. Hello. Oh, Ajia, we have the floor.
Okay, Hajia, thank you very much. Hajia, thank you.
Please. I need your attention, please.
Yedamase. Hello. Thank you.
Hello. Please, listen, I beg you. It will be in our own interest so that he will become for the people out there to listen to us.
Exactly.
I think that is just a small statement my big sister made that sparked all this controversy. I want to place on record here that Nana Ma Oheniba Dokua Esiama Ejei was not born in Okaikwe North. Hello. If you Google right now, please, even our host here can testify and you can Google. No, you don't say what is not there. Nobody is stopping you. Nobody is stopping you from making statements. I think when you were talking, we all listened. So it would be nice if we listen to each other. What you said about her being born here,
please
number one, is not true, because she has it on her own profile that she was born in a Kropon. It is on her profile that she was born in a Kropon. Number two, whether the father had the property here or not, the father had the property in a Trobut constituency. And so nobody is saying that she has not transferred the votes here. I don't think I even made her any part of my conversation. But now that you have introduced it, I think it is important for us to clear the air. Okay, North. This is a sitting member of Parliament for Ikuapim North, voted for by the good people of Ikuapim North. Her first tenure, she was made the Deputy Minister for Information. Her second tenure, she was made the Deputy Minister for Trade. My sister was saying she has important things to do. That's why she's not here. I want your checks right now in Parliament. I am supposed to be chairing a committee meeting. There is nothing important than parliamentary committee meeting. I want to state on facts that my 4 years in Parliament, I have been on the same committee with Dokua. She was on subsidiary and trade. I have been on subsidiary and trade. She has never attended even a single committee meeting. I want to state here, factually, the only time she came once was when they were introducing the 20 components to impose more hardship on traders in Ghana. How many times does she sit in the chamber? How many times does she come to Parliament? I am saying here now that Dokua has been given opportunity for 8 years. Not a single day has Dokua been on her feet in Parliament to represent the people of Ikuapim North. What is her business? If you are running parliamentary elections, if you want to be in Parliament, you want to go and represent your people. You want to go there and be the voice that they don't have there. And so if you are a member of Parliament for 8 years, minister for 8 years, and you have not done any single one of this, what is your locus? Leaving your people there, taking salary in their name. Just recently, you can Google right now on Ghana Web. I'm told that she was imaginating for people MCE to be removed, if not for the intervention of one miracle and some people. The MC would have been removed because she wanted to go and take her common fund and bring it to Okaikwe North and share rice, salt, and Maggi cube. I want to tell the people of Okaikwe North that shouting and other things will not help us. All those who are going around and giving false story about Dokua in Okaikwe North, it will not wash. There is Awuni and Futa. We don't need introduction in Okaikwe North. We are from Okaikwe North. We don't need anybody to go and tell people that we were born here. I have classmates here. I said I attended primary school at Achimota Preparatory, now Achimota Basic 2. You know, we don't need to go and tell stories. We are people who go around looking for people at the churches and mosques to go and trumpet and tell people who they are. I can assure you as a member of Parliament, what I don't have to give you now is go and steal. We all know that Cecilia Dapa has a lot of money under her bed. It is alleged, we heard it. And so I assume all the ministers have the same. I don't have that money to go around and be buying people and sharing money to people. I want to represent you. I want to be the voice that you are not in Parliament. I want to go and lobby and bring good things to Okaikwe North. I want our youth to have jobs to do in Okaikwe North. That is who I represent. That is what I represent. And I know by the special grace of God, we shall retire Dokua from politics. We will return her to our Mensa and take her to Ikuapim North.
Okay, so that's Theresa Lade Awene. Let me take more questions or comments from you, the electorate. Please, your name. I know I have made you wait for long. I apologize.
Good morning. My name is Asa Mole.
Okay.
We were here when the MPP came here. Almost 8 years we have been hungry. And this is our mother who has been holding us. So it's not now we are coming to vote. They'll bring salt and all sorts of things to come and lie to us. We have been hungry for so long. And this our mother, Obana, have been holding us.
Okay.
So it's not now we are coming to vote. They'll bring salt and rice and all sorts of things to confuse us. Please, that's all what I have for our youth.
Okay, next question. Next person, please. Next person, please.
As you can see, Obana, we are with you. But whatever MPP will bring, we can't reject it. We will collect it.
Okay.
But we know we are with Obana.
Okay. Thank you, Munir. Let me take more questions and comments as well. Yeah, your name, sir.
My name is Bawa.
Your name is?
Bawa.
Okay, Bawa. Please go ahead.
My big sister here, Haji Aisha Futa, said something about Dokua and Honorable Teresa. They are all born here and then raised here. We are young to see when and where they were born, being it in the constituency or out. But today our profiles talks more about us. Our profiles is our foundations. Honorable Dokua won't be here because of the kind of chaos and tensions, sound, victims she has been calling to the constituency. That is the main reason why she won't be here. We have been in the constituency for the past years. NPP has been ruling the constituency for the past 24 good years. Honorable Teresa just came in just 4 years. Let me say 3.5. We have never seen or heard any assault or fight in the constituency during elections.
But please speak into the microphone for me.
We have never heard or seen any fight in the constituency during elections. But just these few months, registration went on at the Achimota College, the EC office. We saw some. We saw hooligans. We saw langars. We saw real arms. That is my first time seeing gun. Beautiful. We saw real guns. We saw cutlasses. People threaten us to kill us. We have audios. People telling people to pave us from the way and then got the seat for Okankwe North. Is my soul going to be sold for this election? Let's cry together here. This is not about me or you here. This is tomorrow. Right. Our children, our grandchildren. We are doing this to prevent anything violent in the constituency. My father is a land and house owner in Okankwe North. I don't need introduction in the constituency.
Okay.
I don't need introduction.
Okay, thank you.
And I won't let anyone come from anywhere in the name of politics to destroy me and my family here.
Okay.
So whatever they are bringing, we will give it back. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, hello? Yeah.
Obana. Me come on and da. E me table of and da. One name local. What's the day? What's the day? Ebe nya pipi funa.
What's I then?
Ebe say what's the day? What's the day? What about the child? Maya me nyebi. All because of me and this. Okay. No problem. Now, while like a kada, what is the kind of politics? No problem. But a commando or your red or your white. Ataza, enti me catch you be ala there. See siala. O man ya yetimi. Mona mo honam ihu ana. Ma ole se show enta na. Ebla ihu ya na. Now, what's the system? Are you banana? And your banana.
Okay. So since my microphone has fallen, that's the end of the submission. But do you have a question? Please, in just 30 seconds, I am flouting my producer's order for you. So please go ahead.
Okay, so my question goes to popular known as Akolana.
Okay.
Making his submission, he stated that he felt bad at Equiapem when he was told he
was an outsider.
Yes. I'm sorry for that, but respectfully, there's an adage that a bird in hand worth twice in the bush.
Okay.
Which was made by a powerful King Otumfuo during his submission at Cape Coast. That shows that leadership comes from our land.
Okay.
Any chief that is being installed to lead the people cannot be taken from an outsider and come and be placed on the screen.
Okay.
Therefore, I state that we cannot go and join queue and vote for somebody when we are looking for see.
Okay.
That's
okay. Yes.
I have a question. This question, by the way, my name is Victor Ziga.
Okay.
And
please speak into the microphone for me.
Yeah, my question goes directly to the Obana.
Okay.
Because I saw some viral video, and on YouTube TV, UTV.
Okay.
I saw that there was an accusation from Dokua against some of the members of NDC that they are removing his posters and tearing some. And he accused our member of parliament. So I want to ask her, one, if she was the one who initiated that, why? And if she's not the one, I want her to clear the air here now that we know, because it's a serious thing, and where it has gone to, it might not save us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I want you to respond to that.
Thank
quickly.
you very much. I'm a very responsible person, and all my followers are very responsible. I have made several police complaints to the removal of our posters and other things, and I've equally warned, and I'm still sounding the warning. If you love me, do not touch any of my opponents' posters.
Okay.
Let's go to the polls and beat them. Removing the posters will not win us elections. But I must add that several warnings have been given to advertisers in Okankwe North that nobody should rent their billboard for me to put my poster on it. I want to tell the people of Okankwe North that I, Teresa Awuni, can run this election without a single poster on the wall.
Okay.
And so whether the advertisers give me their space or not.
Hi there, my name is Monica Bukhari, a sports presenter.